What's going on, all my favorite people? So, it looks like today, for this particular Wednesday stream, it looks like I'm going stag to the prom. So, Bone Breaking Reaction reached out to me earlier today. You know what? I'm about to call this guy out. Let me tell you some BS. This man has the freaking audacity to reach out to me that he's got a job lined up and he's got some money that he has to scroll away. I'm like, all right, so if squirreling away your dollars are more important than doing this live stream. Damn, I couldn't keep a straight face. Sorry. Oh man, I've been wanting to. Sorry, I butchered that, man. I've been wanting to tell that freaking joke like the entire day, and I finally got the opportunity to come on live stream and say the joke, and it's butchered. I tell you, I should never do story time. I should never tell jokes because I suck at them. Oh, L, if you do happen to tune in today, I think you're the one that loves the Tennessee whiskey, the sour mash whiskey. So we are going with the whiskey drink today. Why do I always pour waste? That's why I'm always drunk as hell, because I pour way too much stuff of this. It should be like that amount of whiskey. And I pour like an entire bottle worth up in this sucker. But yeah, BBA, he has a job today, so gonna put some extra money in his pocket. Happy for him. But you guys know, man, I love the Wednesday live streams, man. Especially when it's dual live streams. I think that this is the most enjoyment I've had doing live streams, because having those co-hosts, having those other opinions and thoughts alongside you, it's awesome. So, Irish, what's happening, buddy? Oh man. So guys, Monday, right after the live stream, I went to bed. I was watching, I don't know, maybe on my live stream, maybe I was watching something else on YouTube. And during my drunken stupor, I made a decision on something I said I was never going to do again. With asterisk, I won't talk about it today. They haven't arrived yet, so maybe by Monday's live stream, when Dwayne and I do the Monday live stream together, maybe then he and I could talk about it, because it's retro figures, and he and I want to talk about everything Hasbro style. So Bone Breaking Action, same way. He's a Hasbro guy, so we could always talk retro figures together as well. But I also love having BBA on, because we talk Maniac Riot Wrestling, and this stuff right here is crazy, hell of a fun, right? So I just got 2 new figures I picked up the other day. I got the Undertaker American Badass figure and got Braun Breaker. Are those Mattel figures, Mattel Elites, or and man, I was almost tempted to give you a call, be like, hey man, do you want to team up for this Wednesday live stream? But I'm like, you know what? It's probably short notice and whatnot, so I kind of didn't want to do that to you. But I have something to bring up with you on the live stream on Monday, and like I said, it's not something I thought I'd buy again, but they were there, and they were more affordable than usual, so I took my chances. Most importantly, because there are I'm going to leave that one alone and use this as sort of like a chaser. So there are a couple of variants I picked up on Monday night, and I will blame the alcohol for forcing my hand on that one. But no, man, I'm not going to buy a lot from this particular company, but I feel like those were necessary for the collection. Hopefully the packaging is decent. And the second I mentioned packaging, I think you have an idea of where I'm going with that one. Heck yeah. Oh, another thing, guys. I did talk to Sal today. Well, through messaging. I didn't physically call him on the phone or anything. And he had put out a new was an Instagram video for a Spellbinder, and the figure looks pretty decent. He was incorporating this nice cape accessory. I'm like, you know what? It looks sharp. I like it a lot. One thing I mentioned to him was looking at the image, the video he provided. It looks like the arms are extra long, and I'm like, no, man, please do not go the zombie sailors route. That is going to completely deflate your business if that's what you're choosing. So I mentioned that. I'm like, hey, I know I'm only one guy, but personal recommendation: get rid of the ET arms. You're going to hurt your chances of selling that figure immensely. And I even inquired about the NES Pro Wrestling 3-pack. I'm like, hey, I don't remember when I got them, March, January last year sometime. I don't remember, right? It's irrelevant. I just kind of expecting, based on the previous timelines, that it was going to take a while. So I wasn't expecting anything anytime soon. So I was like, okay, let's push this out to Christmas time, 2025. I'm like, we've got to have these in hand by Christmas 2025. I mean, that's been marketed for well over a year by that point. I think it's over a year already, if I'm not mistaken. So I just kind of asked him, casually, hey, any updates with these particular pieces? Again, just basic question, no issue. I don't think he was comfortable answering that question. So I was kind of left in the dark. I also asked him if he would like to kind of do a dual live stream with me one day. And I think that's important to the channel, is adding not just content creators, but also adding like wrestling figure creators. I hope one day I could get a mod from Latoonie on here. You know how awesome it would be if I could like invite like Matt Cardona, Brian Myers and guys over for a dual live stream with me one day. Obviously, I got to keep in mind people's schedule, right? Just because I sit back for 6 hours, I know it's not that long, but I exaggerate. For each live stream doesn't mean that everyone else wants to be on for that entire time, right? So if I can get 45 minutes to 2 hours for a lot of, these shared live streams, I'm ecstatic with that. Like I said, there's something about, there might be a collection that's coming out that I didn't know about. Just right now, I learned that there's going to be a Demolition 3-pack for the new Mattel Superstars, the retro style figures. So far, we got Cody and Dustin Rhodes, and they got two versions of The Rock on 2-pack. And hearing that they're going to come out with a 3-pack for Demolition, I'm like, really? Like, I didn't hear about that. So, like, maybe someone else out there heard about that, and that's why it's awesome having those dual live streams, right? Plenty of collections to add to the content. Dudes, just kind of looking at my video, right? And what's standing out to me, it's crazy that I still have it. Ben, that damn brown bear back there. Anybody wants to know what's my oldest toy in life? It's probably that stuffed animal, man. I literally had that guy for as long as I could remember. I could have been 5 years old, 4 years old, 2 years old. It could have been a coming home from the hospital when I was born present. I don't remember, but I always say around age 2, I got that bear. My brothers and I, instead of using like the Tonka wrestling buddies like Hogan and Warrior, right? We'd always use Ben as like a wrestling pillow, whatever. And we'd box the hell out of him, body slam him, jackknife his ass, power bomb, man. Oh my God. That poor animal got beat up so bad when we were kids. And, house is burning down, your wife, your pets are out of the house. You're coming back in just to grab one item. What do you grab? Do I grab something like that? It literally holds no monetary value to anybody other than myself, right? Is that personal value more important? That nostalgic value? And a lot of time I think about those type of things, right? And what happens if there's a hurricane, mass flood, right? What happens if the house burns down? You got to set up your priorities. And, again, when I talk priorities, I'm talking collection wise. What are the things that you covet the most? Once upon a time, I gave hey, these are my top 5 holy grails. And I talked about my AFA LJN Big Boss Man. I talked about my thumb wrestler King Kong Bundy. I talked about my Blue Trunks original San Francisco Series One Ric Flair. Right, that almost says things like that have hold a lot of financial value. Payment wise, they also have resale value. So and like a thumb wrestler King Kong Bundy, it is a rarity. That Winston Toys Eraser Roddy Piper, it is a rarity. You will hardly ever, if ever, come across something like that. So, do I run downstairs? I grab those items. Do I run up here and grab this thing that I've had my entire life? And, honestly, I'm very surprised that stuffed animal has made the trek with me because when I came back to Chicago in 2005, my wife and I we got married a few months back in March of '05. So around June or so of '05, I came back because I had gotten with housing back on Fort Hood, and because I was married, they were able to relocate my belongings from Chicago back to Killeen, Texas, back to Fort Hood. So they went to my house, they went to my wife's house, they picked up her stuff, and about 5 days or so later, they delivered it in Killeen in our first apartment. And I think that stuffed animal was just kind of like sitting in the bedroom that was being cleared out, and that's why they packed it up. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have even asked them to keep that. But I'm grateful I still have that because that's freaking childhood. That's memories. That's literally like the oldest thing I have. This dresser, this brown dresser over here. Again, I think I've had that dresser since I was born. So you might not think that a piece of furniture can hold that much sentimental value, but shoot, like I said, I've had that my entire life. And you look at the sides of the dresser when you used to go to like the liquor stores when you were like, 10 years old, 12, whatever, right? And they used to have the little bazookas or whatever. And instead of comics, they had the little paper tattoos on it. You throw it on your arm or your wrist, you lick it, and you got yourself a little built on tattoo. My crazy ass, like I knew eventually that tattoo was gonna scrub off your skin, right? So where could I put that dragon tattoo or whatever that tattoo was made out of? What could I put that would be there forever? I put those suckers on the side of my dresser. At like 10 years old, man, you're putting this tattoo on the side of your dresser, and what are you doing? Licking this damn tattoo so that it's and you know what? You could have gotten a freaking wet rag or something, and you could have done the same thing, but laziness, right? Sitting, I think those tattoos have since come off that dresser, but even a freaking piece of furniture has sentimental value for and holds sentimental memories for you. So, oh, I got some more comments here. I love to clear the air with him. I do hope to resolve things. Uh, I mean, he probably doesn't even know who most of his fans are. I think he pretty much blocks most of the people. I would think. I don't know. Based on all the comments that I get, right, or that I hear when I read like these different groups that talk about him, it's like, hey, I reached out, complain, where's my refund, where's my figure, and they're blocked. And I'm like, it sucks that I'm not saying this about any particular individual, but I do feel like sometimes, especially in this particular market, you have to sort of baby people. And what I mean is, you, for lack of a better term, you got to talk nicely to them. You almost got to be their side lover or something in order to get a response from a lot of people. Like let's say I reached out to Mitch at Hastel Toys, like, hey man, love your figures, but this particular one, I not a big fan. I would recommend, this would have been, part of the figure. These changes. You think these guys at these other companies are going to listen to that feedback? No, they have their vision in mind, and that's what they're putting out. It's clear and final. I like so, or actually, I like Ahmad over at Latoonie because he does, always, hey, what do you think about this commercial? What do you think about this figure? What do you think about this pose or this accessory? And I think a lot of time you can be critical if you need to, but there's also so many positive things from his company that I really like that I generally like all of the ideas he's coming up with. So there's not really much feedback I can give him that's gonna be alternate from what he's already doing. Now we could talk about Macho Man. So be like, hey, you got 20 of the same exact pose Macho Man. You want to keep releasing Macho Man? Let's get a different figure out there, a new mold. Once I learned that you got to pay X amount of thousands of dollars for each individual mold, I kind of understand why, a lot of these companies are going with the same figures. I mean, as a collector and as a fan who has to spend their money on that stuff, it's, you don't like that. You want something different, but, sometimes the variants are really fun to collect. Like I talk about Random Treasures. And when I bought their Roddy Piper from Random Treasures, I still say Zeus is the cream of the crop from their lineup, right? But if I were to do a second my favorite Random Treasures tournament, I'm almost positive I think Roddy Piper would probably win that one. So when they did the advertisement for that Roddy Piper, they had 3 different print schemes. I'm like, I need each paint scheme on these figures. So I ended up buying all 3 of them instead of just one single figure. Right now, there's a Hulk Hogan, right, that they have that you could buy just one, or you could buy 3 different versions that they're advertising. 1970s younger Hulk Hogan in blue pants, the Thunder Lips from Rocky 3. You can also get the Ichiban Hogan. Well, they've already got an Ichiban Hogan, right? The regular Hogan is Ichiban. So, but that's a different figure, different sculpt. So maybe I'd go for all 3. Oh, bro, I would enjoy joining you on one of your live streams. That would be so freaking awesome. Hey, Irish, absolutely. I don't know if you guys can find me on Facebook or something because I feel nervous, obviously leaving my phone number, and I can't even leave my email address because if I put my email address in the comments or something, YouTube automatically deletes that stuff. But otherwise, reach out to me on Facebook or something, Facebook Messenger. Add you as a friend. I'll give you a call, or you give me a call, whatever, and I can send you the link before each live stream. We'll make sure that we're available for those particular days. But if you guys don't mind, I mean, I am prepared to do 7 live streams a week if that's what it takes, right? I like doing these live streams. They're a lot of fun. Now, I don't think I'll be doing 4-hour live streams every single night, but if I can get someone added to the live stream, a little co-host, and we can knock out a couple hours, I think that's incredible. So, Irish, 100%. Let's link up somehow, and that way we can include you on one of the live streams. Saturday is basically open. Saturdays are just basically me live streams, right? So we could open up Saturday. We could do a Friday. I mean, it depends on what your schedule is like, right? Oh, so I was sitting on the porch today and doing what I sometimes do on the porch. And I had this epiphany. When I used to, the last 3 figures or so from Ram Treasures I haven't bought, right? I haven't bought their new Ichiban Hogan and the different variants. I haven't bought the new Owen Hart, which you would think that would be one of the figures I would jump on immediately. And I haven't bought their last figure, which was, I think Honky Tonk Man was the last one they came out with. Now I know eventually I probably will buy them. And like I said, I'll probably buy all 3 versions of that Hogan. So I'm just trying to save up, obviously, for other things. And right now, $130 for custom figures when their only value is to the buyer, right? You can't resell them on eBay, think you're going to get your money's back for it. It's not going to happen. You're going to get like $50 or $60 less than we paid for it. So, let's see. I do load the sensitivities figure makers, not all, but some. It's like anything critical is considered mean. Then the side lovers, like you called them, start swarming to yeah, that's what exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, there are a lot of people that I'm trying to be very PC with the way I say this. There are a lot of people who love a respective toy line. Like they might be ultra Zombie Sailor fans, and Zombie Sailors can do no wrong. They've got the most perfect figure. I think Matt Cardona falls under that sort of fandom, and huge Matt Cardona fan. He lost a lot of points with me when he said Zombie Sailors was like above all else in among toy. I'm like, dude, that's freaking insane. Arguably, they're one of the worst toy manufacturers in the business, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more. So it's like the Cubs. I am a Cubs fan. I go into a Cubs forum. I want to talk baseball. I want to talk Cubs baseball. And I'm like, hey, I don't feel good about this series. And I think the Cubs are going to lose. Or I don't feel good about this game. What is the manager doing? Why are they screwing up these plays? But, I want to talk baseball. Then you have like these knob slobbers who are like, you're just a troll and you're just a freaking loser. You don't know anything about baseball. Get back on the Padres website. Get back on the Brewers website. Yeah, I'm like, dude, get the hell out of here. You just made me humiliated to be a Cubs fan with the way that you people freaking interact. Like this isn't. It's like unless you're, oh my God, go Cubs, we're gonna win the World Series. You're not considered a real fan, right? I own every single Random Treasures figure, or at least close to it. I've stopped buying the last few. Or I own every Zombie Sailors, every Brass Brothers and gimmicks, or at least a good chunk of them. I might be missing one or two here or there. But who better than I to say whether or not a toy line is decent, if the quality of figure is good, if the pricing is good, if the customer service is good, if the lead time is good, right? Hello. I mean, my collection speaks for itself from these companies, right? And whenever I do my reviews, it's like, get the hell out of here. These companies are doing this for this, that, or that. The other reason I talked about the molds, with molds being so expensive. When I complained about why is Ric Flair the exact same mold being released for like the fifth damn time, like I was getting fed up with that with the big rubber guys. Oh, they got this mold. They paid for it. They got to get use out of that mold. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, dude, shut the hell up. Stop sucking up to them. They're not giving you free figures. Okay, stop it. So when I do my reviews, I do my honest assessment based on my personal feelings. At the end of the day, it's if I like the figure, if I think that this is a good figure or not. 1 million people can buy that item and think it's the greatest thing ever. And I could buy like, this is horseshit. That's only one person's opinion, right? So I really felt like it's got to a point where it's uncomfortable to like do reviews and not give your whole full on opinion because yeah, I mean I've done Zombie Sailor reviews, I've done Big Rubber Guy reviews, and maybe they're not the most glowing in the world, right? And I noticed in the past when I was doing those reviews, my subscriber count would drop like significantly because I guess they didn't like hearing, negativity about, their toy line or whatever. But I'm like, dude, stop it. They're toys. Okay. If I'm coming out with something like this and I got 20,000 people hitting me up like, no, don't release that figure. It will not sell. It's trash or whatever. You think I'm going to be like, screw you. I'm putting this out. This will be the first one. No, I'm going to listen to what the buyers, the people that are actually going to pay their money for my property, are saying or what their thoughts are. That's just me. But let's see what you got here. Any zebra cakes tonight, man? Shoot, I wish. Like I have not had a zebra cake in a long while, and I think it's because I was so obsessed with eating zebra cakes for so long that now, like years, decades, for as long as my wife and I've been married, man, like we've always had zebra cakes in the house. I mean, not on a monthly basis or anything. I mean, that's ridiculous. That's like an overstatement, but I still love zebra cakes, but it's plain now. I think of it like McDonald's. Growing up, I used to absolutely love McDonald's, and that's why I've always said my entire life, McDonald's is my favorite restaurant. But in any given year, how many times do you actually go to McDonald's? Zero. Sometimes once a year, sometimes 6 times a year, and those times that you've gone McDonald's, maybe it was like you ordered breakfast or something, so you got the, like, the little McGriddle or something. So, when I think McDonald's, I'm thinking shake and fries and a Big Mac or something, right? So and I was also thinking about this the other day, kinda going off topic. When I used when I lived in Chicago on a street called Peterson, near Mather High School, there used to be this big, beautiful McDonald's, right? Giant playpen, play area in the back. Inside, you used to have like those Ronald McDonald trees, and you sit at the tree. It's got like a little built-in Ronald McDonald or Ronald McDonald characters, and those Ronald McDonald characters were actual chairs, and the booths were made out of those characters, or was made out of this tree that was like also a seating area, and I love that. Going to McDonald's as a child was a treat. It was like going to Pizza Hut, sitting down, having your pizza, having your Coke, getting up and going playing The Simpsons on the arcade game or the wrestling game, or WWF video game on the arcade game, stuff like that. That was considered a huge treat. And you go to McDonald's nowadays, look at the outside of an average McDonald's. They're all gray and white. It just looks like a prison. It's designed to look like a prison. You took everything that was special about a McDonald's and you ruined it. And you wonder why McDonald's has been going to shit over the last 20 plus years. You script everything that's popular about it. And this, like a perfect example, what happened with Cracker Barrel. You took away the old man sitting on his rocker chair with that barrel. That was, again, I'm going to steal Jason Upp's verbiage. That was visually iconic. I don't think I even knew about Cracker Barrel until I got to like Texas, years ago. And I don't think I've even eaten at Cracker Barrel until I got to Kentucky, right? And my wife ordered from there a few times since we moved here. But you take away that visually iconic look of Cracker Barrel, and then you just get Cracker Barrel, just basic font letters, nothing fancy, nothing special about it. And you wonder why, you lost like $500 million in a week. You took everything that was fun about it. You took away all the inside, all of the plaques, whatever. McDonald's did the same thing. And that's why it's scrounging money up every year, because they're losing business like crazy because it's not fun. And so I say that because I think of zebra cakes and I'm like, dude, I love zebra cakes, but I've eaten those zebra cakes so much that I don't really pick them up. I'd rather pick up something that I don't get on a consistent basis when I go out to eat, or if I'm looking at DoorDash or something and I want a fast food restaurant. Am I buying from McDonald's? No, McDonald's is everywhere. I can get McDonald's whenever. I want something like, Rallies, Checkers. I mean, I don't know if it's Checkers or Rallies or if it's one and the same. I know in Chicago it used to be called Checkers, but I think it's called Rallies here in Kentucky. Here in Louisville, so I don't know, man. Checkers Rallies, or White Castle, Chicago. White Castle is everywhere, but I went to Texas. White Castle is gone. So when I moved to Louisville, yeah, White Castle is like one of those places you want to go to on a consistent basis. And even then, my wife's not a White Castle fan, right? So we've only eaten there maybe a few times in the almost 8 years that we've lived here, but it's there. McDonald's is always an option. White Castle is always an option. So I want to go places I don't normally go to on a consistent basis. So if she orders from like Home Run Burger or something like that, that's fine because it's different. Or she'll go to like Qdoba and get tacos, or she'll get burritos or something. You can get Taco Bell, but Taco Bell is everywhere. You can always get Taco Bell. Ugh. Well, there was way too much whiskey in that bottle, or way too much whiskey in that glass. All right. Hope you're well. Saw the video last week with you and the zebra cake, classic Mickey. Thanks, Ross. What's the top shelf spirit for tonight? I mean, I have to mix it with my strawberry Fanta, but I just went with the sour mash Tennessee whiskey. So, I mean, this was a good bottle because you know that little device I bought where you sit the bottle in the top part, and then the can of pop is like right in front of it, right? So it looks like it's very sexual. It looks like the handout slapping. So I like that bottle because it fit that particular device, and I don't know. Maybe I'll fill that up with like sweet tea or something. I don't know, just so I have something dark to kind of put inside that contraption. Fake sugars in the zebra cakes today. Back when we were growing up, in the zebra cakes had real sugar. The taste and different. I don't probably because I freeze my zebra cakes. Like I don't like eating them warm or cold or whatever you call it, right out of the box. Right. I always put them in the freezer, and they always taste better to me that in that regard. So plus, you bite into them. Sometimes they crumble like really bad. So I'm like, nah, forget this. You put it in the freezer, you bite into it. It's still nice and stiff and everything around. So it's a nice, delectable treat. So I remember I had my 6th birthday party at McDonald's. Man, it was awesome. Back then, it was 1988. I tell you, like Little Caesar, or not Little Caesars, Chuck E. Cheese's. Back in the 80s, it was called, I believe it was called Showbiz Pizza. So we had Showbiz Pizza, and I remember being like late 80s going there, but I was still way too young. Like I didn't have a full understanding or appreciation of Showbiz. And then like in the early 90s, like probably as early as 1990, I don't really remember when they changed over to Chuck E. Cheese's. Having your birthday party at Chuck E. Cheese was like being like the cool kid in freaking high school or something, like the most popular student or something. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but that's what I felt like, you know, Chuck E. Cheese, right? My birthday parties when I was young, I'm pretty sure we had pizza parties the here and there, but like for the most part, man, like I just remember my mom making hot dogs or whatever, and you know that was like the party food or whatever. And I'm pretty sure there were other foods, but like hot dogs always used to seem like stand out to me. I think my 11th birthday, and my 11th birthday was in '96, so I had to be. I think I was in 4th grade. So I was 11 years old in 4th grade, and I had a few friends over. You know, not a big party or anything. And I remember my oldest brother Eddie, freaking prick, man. Like my one friend, he was just freaking dogging him like big time. You know, I mean, he was a little bit of a chunky kid. I mean, I wouldn't say fat, but you know, he had some weight to him and whatnot. But my freaking brother was just freaking dogging his ass. Like, I mean, he tried to laugh it off and you know not seem hurt by it, but you know, not too shortly thereafter, like you know, hey, sorry, I gotta go. Like, you know, he was hurting. So another friend that gave me I think he gave me like a Predator versus Alien, a Super Nintendo video game for my birthday, and you know, we took some birthday cake over to his house, and you know, hey, you left early, you know, we wanted to bring you this cake type of deal. So if I recall correctly, I think my 11th birthday was probably the last birthday I ever had. Or maybe it wasn't 11th, maybe it was 12th. So 12th birthday in 97. Either way, I have not had an actual birthday party since I was 12 years old. I think it was 12. Not so whatever. I mean, yeah, I have parties obviously with me and my wife, but like we don't know anybody. It's different when you're in school. When you're in high school or when you're in elementary school, you have school friends. When you're in high school, you have school friends. When you work, you have work friends. I'm retired, man. Like I don't know anybody. Like I know my neighbor next door. He's like the only one I talk to. Older guy, probably like in his 70s, early 80s, and he just moved. So now I don't know anybody in the neighborhood, right? So I love communicating with you guys because shoot, I consider a lot of you guys to be my friends, people I actually care about, right? And damn, that's funny that I have not had a party since I was 12. I think like in '97, I was 12 years old, right? And that Halloween, I didn't go trick or treating, and I didn't care. Like me and my younger brother, we stayed home and we watched. I Know What You Did Last Summer on HBO, or maybe it was on Showtime, one of the two movie channels, and that was a perfectly fun night. Like I had absolutely zero cares that I didn't get to go out and have and get candy. Like, and every year since, like Halloween is just like another day in the life type of deal. But I freaking love Halloween though. And our family, we never did Halloween. We never set up. We never set up decorations. Never set up decorations for Thanksgiving, not Easter, Christmas. No holiday. 4th of July, Independence Day. So I don't like saying 4th of July. I like saying Independence Day. I like calling it by its actual holiday name. Uh, Chuck E. Cheese parties were legendary. It's funny. I went to this one girl's Chuck E. Cheese party. I mean, I had to be maybe 7 years old, maybe six. I mean, damn, how old was I? Obviously, I don't got the best memory in the world, so it's like really hard to kind of think back. But like I remember being by myself, right? Because I was like so enthralled in gameplay that when I ran out of quarters, I ran back to the party and like everybody was already circled around singing happy birthday and everything. I'm like, shit. um, I kind of felt bad for the girl whose party I was at because like, I was supposed to be there for her, right? But man, once those damn the limelight of Chuck E. Cheese, man. I know today they've got like oh man, there's two different Chuck E. Cheese style arcades that are more adult oriented. Oh, Dave and Buster is one of them. Dave and Buster, and the other one was there's two of them in Louisville. Dave and Buster and I don't have my hand on the other one. I don't know what the other one's called, but they're like the adult version of Chuck E. Cheese. Go up to the bar, order some alcohol, some drinks, whatever. Order some cheeseburgers, some pizza, regular, chicken feet, whatever you like. And it's just a good day. My wife and I, whenever we've gone to those arcades, we probably shell out like $150 on video games, man. But it's just a lot of fun. Like you'll sit there play Jurassic Park, or they got this one Mortal Kombat video game. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. At the end of the match, it just shoots out a little trading card for you. Sometimes you just put the money in. You don't even have to play the video game. You just basically put in the money in just so you can get one of those cards. And one of the machines kept effing up, and like instead of giving you one card, it was giving you like 3 to 5 cards at a time. I'm like, hell yeah! So my wife and I were just like feeding that sucker to get as many of those trading cards as possible. So from Mortal Kombat, they have like different series and whatnot. I got a ton of those cards. I actually tried putting them on eBay for sale, and we had a ton of watchers, but this was like 2 or 3 years ago when I was doing that. I'm not trying to sell any of those cards nowadays, but like if I did, I mean, I wouldn't mind. Like they don't really hold any value, sentimental value, or anything like that to me. Oh, oh man, I'm already drunk. I tell you, that whiskey really hits you hard. I worked at Chuck E. Cheese's as a game room attendant when I was like 20, 21. Hey, that is freaking amazing. Dwayne, when I was a kid, man, like whenever my mom took us kids to Chuck E. Cheese's, right? Me and my younger brother, and I say younger, technically he's the youngest for my mom's kids. I say younger because my dad got remarried, had two more kids. So I do have two brothers that I've never met before. So when I say there's six of us that my mom, I only count the six kids from my mom. My oldest brother, oldest sister that came from her first marriage. When her husband died, my mom remarried and met my father, obviously. And my father and my mom have four kids together, the Watson kids. Up here you got the Garcia kids. down here, you got the 4 Watson kids. And then down here, even further, you have the 2 Rick Watson kids. You know, my brother, Aaron and Ryan. And here I go again. More side notes. I went up back in 97 when my father used to come to the house and pick me up for our weekend stays. You know, I asked him about that one day. I'm like, so you named your kids Aaron and Ryan. Do you not realize that's a wrestler or a boxer from Punch Out? Like, I didn't think he had any knowledge of that, but I just thought that was pretty interesting. Oh, here's the thing I want to bring up to you guys. I don't know if anybody went back and watched that second live stream. You know, whenever I have 2 live streams, 3 live streams in a day, it generally means that the video dicked out on me and we had to start over. So there was one live stream I did that talked about, you know, funny story from the military service, right? I think it's called the Streetwalker Waddy episode or something like that. If you guys haven't got an opportunity to rewatch that, which I don't know why, but like my single live streams don't really do that well a lot of time. My single live streams basically hover around 75 to 150 views. And there are some live streams I make where I only get like 35, 45 views on them. I'm like, why? Why do those do so bad when I think those live streams are pretty freaking solid? Another reason why I love dual live streams, man. My buddy Dwayne and Rod, I keep calling him Rod, Bone Breaking Action. Whenever I do live streams with them, we absolutely tear it up, guys. 600 plus views, 900 plus views, 1600 plus views for a live stream. I'm like, that's freaking amazing. So it definitely beats the 50 or so views I get on my personal live stream. So when you guys ask, hey, you ever want to do a dual live stream together? Hell yeah. I think that's fun. I think it's amazing to have a co-host. So, I mean, do I want to do a live stream every single time? Or do a live stream? I don't know. Do I? I think it's more fun. So I want to say I could care less about ever doing this by myself ever again. But I know some folks have reached out to me and they're like, look, we like it when you do your individual live streams. I can listen to you all day. I'm like, okay, awesome. I really appreciate that. So that's another reason why I enjoyed kind of expanding this from 1 live stream a week to 3 live streams a week. Technically, I would like to do a Wednesday live or a Friday live stream. Why? All right, you're on live stream on Saturday. You skip Sunday, you go back to Monday. You skip Tuesday, you go back to Wednesday. You skip Thursday, well, what's next up in line? That Friday live stream. But there is no Friday live stream. There's a Saturday live stream. So now you're waiting 2 days in between, and I'm like, ugh. I'm very impatient a lot of the time because I want to get on here. I want to talk to you guys. I refuse to dress like Chuck E. Cheese. Look, they push me on it. When I wanted the part of the inside of that suit. Gross. So you are actually Chucky. You're actually the mouse. I think that's awesome. My little brother and I think I started talking about him a little bit, and then I kind of like ventured off to something else. So that little ball rolling game, right? You roll the ball and then it goes up and it shoots up to like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 points. And I'd have my brother stand right at the very end of the ball, right? I'd roll the balls up to him. He'd take it, put in the 50, put in the 50, put in the 50. And we could just the tickets just shoot out. I don't know if it was my brother or my sister. I think it was my sister, Pam, man. Like one day I had her out and she was terrible at this, man. Like I rolled the balls to her, rolled the ball. Instead of putting them all in the 50s, she just be throwing them in anything that fits, man. Throw it in the 30, throw it in the 50, throw it in the 10. I mean, what it doesn't matter as long as the ball gets in there. I'm like, dude, you suck. And it's funny because one of the guys that worked at the Chuck E. Cheese would walk over, they'd walk along the little, I forget what you call those, skee ball or what they're called. He'd be walking along all those different skee balls and over to where my sister was, but like stand right over her, kind of like stare down at her. And I'm over here like in the back, right, just watching this because I'm rolling the balls up there for them to throw it into the hole. I'm like, damn. It kind of took that takes away the fun from being a kid, man, because those tickets, you go in there and you're getting a little comb or whatever the heck you're paying 100 tickets for. That stuff was fun. And I know we always used to take those tickets home with us, but like we would never bring them back with us when we went back to Chuck E. Cheese. So who knows how many tickets or how many games or toys or stuffed animals or whatever we could have bought over the years because we didn't use up all the tickets. Or maybe we bought like maybe we had 200 tickets and we used up like 175 or something, right? All right. But I wouldn't mind dressing like Chuck. I like that dude. It was happening. Now, if anyone is interested, the New York City Comic Con exclusive are up at Collect Major. All right. Which ones are you talking about? Collect Major. I'm just trying. Oh, damn. Santana exclusive, limited 500. Do I like that? So this Mike Santana, I'm not sure about that. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy two of them just because L brought it to my attention. Dang it. I'm going to buy two of them. But I'm looking at it and I'm not like overly crazy with the design or the look. And I really don't know who this is. And of course, it's asking me to confirm it's me. And this isn't my regular cell phone. This is just a spare. So I cannot buy that item. God dang. Well, that takes that away. But as far as the Hercules Hernandez and or Hercules and the Andre the Giant, I picked up a couple of those and because Latoonie and Big River guys keep coming out with the same figures, it's kind of frustrating. Both face painted Andre, both regular Andre, both with the suited Andre for the Hulk Hogan signing Andre they call it. One of these guys that wrote back in the Facebook groups, I really wish all of these companies would work with each other and stop releasing the exact same figures, the exact same design, exact same pose, same character, same design, same pose. I'm like, and then someone was, responded, yeah, because, we're all working together or some smart, I don't know. But I understand what that guy is saying because it makes sense. Like, I want the same damn thing. I'm getting tired of paying this, these prices for all of these figures when they're all making the exact same thing. Uh, you could simply go by who you like more. Do you like Latoonie more? Do you like Big River guys more? But you can't do that. Here's the thing in that reality. Big Rubber Guys, to my knowledge, has been around longer than Latoonie. I've only known about Latoonie for like the last year and a half or so. Big Rubber Guys, they've been out for what, 2-3 years? I say about 3 years. I think they've been around almost as long as I've had my YouTube channel. So they have more of a fan base. They're more widely known. So yes, I think most people are going to gravitate towards the Big Rubber Guys in that respect, even though both companies do an awesome job with their respective figures. I just want something different because I'm like any other fan, right? I was actually looking at Latoonie. I think they've got like 100 Andre the Giant black singlets in stock. And I reached out to Ahmad because I wanted to inquire about a few figures that I may or may not have purchased already. This particular Andre the Giant is a black singlet Andre. I think the blacks, I could be wrong, but I think the black singlet Andre came on a blue card, and the ultimate Andre with face paint came on the black card, right? So we have two Andres, but there is, and that was a blue singlet Andre with the face paint. But there's a third Andre. Not talking about the giant machine, not talking about the signing Andre. No, that same 11, 10.5 inch Andre the Giant. That one is also for sale. but this one has like a stubble version of Andre the Giant. I'm looking at that. I'm like, and this one's actually more expensive. This one's $60 when they're normally $50, right? So I'm looking at it, I'm like, hey, do I want to shell out the funds to buy a third variant of this exact same figure? I already have a black strap on a single Andre. Do I need another one just because he has that slight modification in the face? Do I just buy one for my carded collection? Do I buy a second one that I want to open up? Is Big Rubber Guys, is Latoonie, are they going to become what LJN is today? Are these carded figures going to be selling for $250 to $5,000 a piece? I hope so. Like that's the dream. That's the dream of collecting and buying so many MOCs and keeping them MOC is the fact that you hope that one day the value really skyrockets. And something you paid $50 for today, that in 20 years, that same exact figure in that condition is going to sell for $3,500, $4,000 even, because that's what a black strap LJN slash Grand Toys Andre the Giant LJN figure sells for, right? That's the dream, but who knows if that ever happens. So, do I want to go out and do I want to spend this extra money buying two more of that particular? Like, I really have to be smart with my money nowadays. Um, yeah, with all the upgrades I made to the house, I really can't afford to keep doing the things that I've been doing. So, do I want to do that? Because there's not so many figures. Like Grapples and Gimmicks, they're constantly coming out with new figures, right? But Latoonie, they're not coming out with quite as many. But still, when you're picking up two sets at a time, that's costly. No matter what the price is, it could be $20. It's still gonna be expensive. You buy two of them, $40 to me is expensive. I think $20 is expensive, but Latoonie is one of those business I want to be all in on. But I kind of jokingly said that I also wanted to be the Jason Nupp of Latoonie to, Jason Nupp's XOX Customs by Ram Treasures. So that can't happen. The man's not going to do that. Let's be honest. He's a businessman. He needs to earn profit. And hey, I'm quickly expanding the channel, which is great. But what did I say before? Like that dude I mentioned that was a YouTuber and he was complaining because he wasn't getting the view count. I'm like, be realistic, dude. Like he was talking about, yeah, I've got 9,000 subscribers, but I only have 3,000 views on my video. I'm like, dude, that's actually freaking amazing. I mean, if you had 50,000 subscribers and you had 3,000 views on your video, that would be freaking incredible. Because you got to be realistic that not every single person that watches, that subscribe to you will watch every single video, right? So, and I'm living proof to that. Like back when I had 50 subscribers, I'd probably have like 200 views in a video in a day. Today, I got like 15, almost 1,600. And I probably gained like 600 or 700 in like the last month and a half. So I am skyrocketing very quickly. And again, special shout out to my buddy Kirk's Corner, because without his recommendation, I wouldn't be there yet. He's like, look, dude, do short videos. The short videos are what people want to see. It's going to bring in new viewers for your channel. And like I said, more than a third of my subscribers has been joined like the last month and a half. So at this rate, I'm hoping to be I'm really hoping I could be at 2,000 plus by the end of December. And to think by November 1st, I was hoping just to be at 1,000 for monetization. This year I had a good year. When it comes to subscribers, I had a good year. Each month I was averaging at a bare minimum 40 new subs per month. So I went into January 1st or January, 40 new subs, February, 40 new subs. Some of them, obviously, I might have 57 this month. I might have 63 this month, whatever. But on average, let's say 40 subs a month. And I was like, by November 1st, I'm going to go from 600 to 1,000 but those short videos have been phenomenal for me. So very fortunate and grateful to the viewers, for skyrocketing my account for me. What was I talking about earlier that I really wanted to get into? Oh, Rush Collectibles. Yeah, so I talked to I think I may have talked about this already. So not really much more information to go into it, but when I talked to Sal, his response was no comment. So I wanted to know more about the release of sorry, itchy nose. I wanted to know more about the release of the 3-pack of the NES Pro Wrestling action figures. Damn it. It's itchy as hell. It's bothering me. It's like right here in the tip of the nose. No comment. I mean, what was I supposed to say? I'm like, that's cool. No worries. Which I pretty much did, right? But I obviously wanted to know something, like, some kind of update. Like, I'm not some guy coming at him all vengeful or anything. Like, hey, like, I would consider myself to be a friend of his or something. So, I mean, I don't know him personally. Like, we never met in school or anything crazy like that, right? But, like, I would consider myself to be a friend, and hopefully he would give me some kind of information, but no comment. Well, that sucks. I also asked him if he wanted to be, participate on this channel, do a live stream with me one day. He says he no longer does live streams or podcasts. That was disappointing because I think a guy like Sal from Rush Collectibles would be a lot of fun because maybe we answer a lot of questions or just talk about some of the things that are happening, and people get a better understanding and a better appreciation, and maybe people could be more lenient, more aware of what's happening, more patient. I think it really would have helped out his business, but I guess he doesn't see it the same way. Maybe he feels like he's going to be attacked. I don't know. I would try to take care of him, obviously, and I'd only read the questions that I feel like you weren't criticizing, but were actual legitimate, know how, want to know questions. But I don't think any of my subscribers would do that, man. Like they wouldn't like ridicule him or anything like that. They would ask serious, legitimate questions. I think that's the fun part of my channel too. So maybe a mod from AJ, a mod from AJ, a mod from AJ, a mod from Latoonie. Maybe we can get AJ to come in and do a live stream with us one day. And right now, there's not a whole lot new stuff coming in. I mean, I did see some Legion of Doom Hasbro style figures, right? We know about his Everest collection with the 10-inch figures, and they were very Hasbro-esque in their design of those 10-inch figures. But I think I saw a new design on, was it Instagram or something? And I think they're rubber 8-inch LJN size figures. They look amazing. If that's what the final product is, the fighting, they look just like Hasbro. Almost like they're identical to the Hasbro figures in look. But if they are rubber figures and like this is your fighting pose or something like that, whatever it was, I forget. That has to do some modification. I don't like that pose. I mean, even if you got like the Series 4 Legion of Doom Hasbro of Animal with the hands wide open, right? Even if his hands are like so, I'm okay with that. But if his hands are like this or something, like, no. I don't like that. I'm gonna buy the hell out of it, no doubt. but I would recommend some better fighting poses. Stick with the Hasbro arm positioning. Just raise the arms, modify the arm positioning here and there. Some of them Chuck E. Cheese's have some wild employees. So I'll only talk about that guy that was like that was hovering over my sister, staring down at her, giving her a creepy look. I'm like, I don't know how old this guy was. He could have been 20 years old. He could have been 16. He could have been 50. He wasn't that old. He was a younger guy. I would say 20s, maybe. I don't know. But you see some kids doing some shit like that, see my language. I don't think that's something that you would freak out, like come over and make a fuss about it. Leave the kids alone. All right. Every kid that's ever went to Chuck E. Cheese has done the same thing, I am sure. Uh, Now, if you have like some damn grown like me at age 40 was rolling these ski balls down to my wife and she was grabbing the balls up, putting them at age 40, yes, I could see somebody bitching about some grown ass adults doing some crap like that. But little kids, leave those damn kids alone, man. It's not that serious. I mean, it costs like 500 tickets to get this item. You probably put $50 worth of coins or quarters into that machine, whatever. And this darn fluff, the stuffy animal that costs 500 tickets probably costs like $4 to produce. Okay, calm the hell down. It's not that big a deal. Ooh. I used to give kids tickets all the time. You weren't supposed to, but F it. I say, why not, man? Especially when you like get to the end, like when you're taking it, opening up the machine and you're taking out the little ticket roll, and the ticket roll was so small. Hey, hand it off to the little kid that's running by. Merry Christmas. Then you put that big ass roll of tickets right back in the machine, right? So, not really a big issue. Like I said, those toys that they sell that cost 5,000 tickets and $1,500 tickets, 500. Like, come on, like it's like 500 tickets for a comb. What was that comb? 39 cents to manufacture, 500 tickets, which probably took someone $50 worth of coins to earn those 500 tickets. So them freaking out like that, it just like, even as a kid, I realized the stupidity of, what he was doing. But I laughed at my sister, no doubt. I laughed at him like, she got up, she looked up like deer in headlights, like, oh my God, like she was so damn deeply surprised. If you want to tag me in for an hour or two, if you want, I heard you earlier, but I was spending time with one of my bunnies. If so, just give me like 5-10 minutes to get set up. If no worries. Yeah, I don't know how to do that once once it's actually set up. Like I'd have to do it from a cell phone to do dual live streams. You can't do dual live streams from laptops or regular desktop computers, which is stupid. Otherwise, I'd say 1,000,000% I would. I mean, I could end the video and we've done an hour, but I want these live streams to go straight through. You know what I mean? Because I think people tend to watch the most recent live stream. So if I make like an hour live stream and I come back and it dicks out on me, and I make a 20-minute live stream and it dicks out on me, and come back, I make like a 2.5-hour live stream. People are going to watch the 2.5-hour live stream, but they won't touch the previous two, which is why you get like 50 views on this one and only 30 on this one, maybe 35 on that one. It's like, I put up some new lights on these little, what's messed up? This cabinet right behind me, I think I bought that off Temu, and it cost a couple $100, right? And the idea was it was supposed to have these built-in lights already, and you just plug it in and it lights up beautifully. When I was building that sucker, I was building it by myself, and I can't build worth a damn. I ended up chopping off one of the lights in half. So, like, I think the bottom shelf is like non-serviceable, and you can actually see the cables inside the shelf. Though I'm pretty sure those cables are supposed to be on the outside of the shelf, right? So you can plug it in, and all of these are supposed to light up. So, like, I effed that up already. But before I even put anything on the shelf, that thing has gone to trash. Well, like, I go on Amazon, right? And I buy these little circular lights. And I'm just looking at that right now. And I'm glad I did not turn that on earlier, because this does not look like it's giving me. Yeah. That. I mean, I guess if I'm sitting right in front of it, it's not really going to bother people too much. But just sitting it from this side, yeah, that's way too bright, I think. I don't remember what the hell this asshole was even called. I think he goes here. I think I got maybe one more day or so making videos in this room. And then I'm probably going to move back across the hall to the room that has like the wall of posters and whatnot. And then we might go back to the office because I just like the light in there. It doesn't have the background I like and I covet, but if I'm doing a review on something, for example, if I'm showcasing these, like I want the most light possible, and all the light in this room, and it still feels like it's dark. Oh god, I like the early days of these live streams when I used to put the camera, the computer right here, right. And I used to sit right in this area. I'd get up after my live stream, I'd fall back. I knock over all my Neko horror figures, Latoonie tears. Like my wife would run up here, like check on me, like I heard a thump. my cup, because this damn thing is hard as shit, would fall. Right, I miss those. My God, like I've had a couple, I think, of those where I pass out during live stream or something. I had to like stop. And then obviously I had a bunch in the office as well. But that is so cool, man. Like the fact that people actually stay watching for like 2 hours just to see if I ever come out of it. I tell you guys, man, I go back because if I'm on the computer, when I open up the computer, go back to the live stream, I can still go back and read all the comments and everything, right? And I'm like, my commenters are funny as hell. Like some of the stuff you guys talk about while I'm passed out is like I gotta feel like I'm joking around to pass out sometimes just to kind of see what you guys are talking about while I'm out of it. All right, let's see what else we got here. I think people like to do a live stream because it's like watching a conversation. Essentially, absolutely. And I know like if I jump on, your channel and we're doing a live stream together, it's gonna bring in viewers from me to your side. Just like I think a lot of your viewers are tuning in to your live stream and you're subscribing to me because of that. I'm pretty sure I got a lot of people that's watch BBA for the same reason. So I was kind of writing BBA this morning or this at the beginning of this conversation, but I didn't say the joke the way I wanted to, and it ruined it. Like I'm like, dude, you royally effed up this joke. Like I was disappointed. Like I had this brilliant setup and everything. Oh well, it is what it is. The man, he's out. Like I said, he's got a job and gonna put some extra money in his pocket. So, I mean, was I really offended? Of course not. It was just sarcasm, joking, ball breaking, whatever you want to call it. Oh, damn. I reached out to Jason Up as well. I asked him, like, hey, look, dude, I got some people interested in doing some live streams with me. What about you? When are we going to link up for a live stream? Dang it. We got to have that Jason Up live, Waddy's channel live stream one day. Personally, I really want to get his opinion on his particular figure, right? Like I said, guys, like when I bought these, and with the customizer that I bought them from, like I said, I think they're really good customs. And I used to recommend them very heavily, but I can't do that anymore, right? When you guys, know what the situation was when I bought these figures, It's why I can't make the recommendation. It's why I won't go back to being a buyer anymore. And I bought a shitload, okay, absolute shitload of figures from this perspective customizer. But when we agree to like six figures, and you send me four, when we agree to rubber figures that I paid double for, and you send me all resin figures, I'm not gonna bitch. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna reach out to you, be like, hey, I want a refund. Nope. I will let it slide. Enjoy your money because you just lost me as a friend potentially. At the very least, he's lost me. I don't want to say he lost me as a friend, but he lost me as a buyer because I would have bought a shitload more from him. It's not even a question. But they're all resin, and I'm like, what can I do with that other than call them what they are? They're prototypes. So I am going through a new customizer. Now the customizer is having a lot of issues that the guys at the Alibaba factory were having, and like the hair mold, right? They had like these beautiful individual spikes through the hair, and it looked incredible. But I guess when you lay the foundation or the mold or whatever, it fills in completely. So all of those little areas of the spikes are filled in, so it doesn't look like each individual hair piece. It looks like just one singular afro, just one singular mohawk or something. And he doesn't even have like a mohawk through his mask, but they keep putting that on the figure. I'm like, okay, that's cool. And so, same thing with the beard, right? BB, he mentioned the same thing to me. We're kind of in agreement. You may not be able to get the individual hairs like you get from the 3D printed file, because when you actually lay this down to be actually molded, you're not going to get those little individual pieces to make it look as 3D as human like as possible. You're going to have to make it one single piece. But I talked about going through Kevin Print Fury, right? Kevin Pokey. If he takes a beard of a BBA and just sculpts lines into the beard, make it look as human possible, right? That's gonna look incredible. And you guys know Print Fury, or more importantly, Kevin Pelkey, he is the designer for all of Ram Treasures action figures. And I think I was talking about Ram Treasures earlier, and I don't think I ever stopped or ever continued my thought process. So I know I started talking about like all these figures I was missing, the three figures I was missing. I know I was talking about like Roddy Piper and whatnot, but I don't think Random Treasures has any interest in my line. So I will say this to say my next piece. I've always bragged about Ram Treasures whenever recommend them or refer them to others, right? Like I always say, hey, if it's Sunday night, 11:54 p.m., you get on Etsy, you send Net a message about a figure. By 11:56 p.m., you will have a response. So I always thought, that communication was unmatched, incredible. Would always recommend doing business, but when I was actively buying all my figures, no issues, response every time. But then I started talking about wanting to do my own action figure line with her. Suddenly, I started getting ghosted. I didn't buy the Own Heart. I didn't buy the Hulk Hogan. I didn't buy the Honky Tonk Man. Again, I reached out about creating our own figures together. Small response, like I'll get back to you type of deal. But overall, been completely ghosted. So I went from saying that, hey, this woman has potentially the greatest communication, or among the greatest communication for sellers, and highly recommended. That's why I've been shouting her out for so many years. That's why I've literally had dozens of people tell me that they have bought figures or multiple figures from her because of my reviews and things like that. Free advertisement for years. I'm not complaining. I'm not. I don't want you guys to think that I'm bad mouth. Absolutely not. Always recommend Ram Treasure regardless. I mean, she's got a few figures there that I don't, appreciate the most because, like Bob Backlund, we all know the issues with the Bob Backlund. King Haku, the paint chips 2 months after you get it. That was a bad figure. Uh, Ivan Putski, not a good pose. The rubber, the skin tone, it's just a very odd figure, right? But overall, I've said Random Treasures does amazing things, and I always recommend them. But ever since I decided I wanted to get into my own, action figure design, and I wanted to go through her as possibly being someone who would release my figures, goose eggs, nothing, no response, and I don't know how to approach that. Do I still go through Etsy? Do I still reach out to her, let her know, hey, I'm still interested in working together and collaborating? What are your thoughts? And I kind of I backtrack because what I talked about before. If she invests $1,000 into a mold to create a figure, and she creates 25 figures, and after Etsy fees, she makes $100 a figure. That's 200, or that's $2,500 back in her pocket, right? So that's what she earned on 25 figures. If I buy the mold, what's going to happen? Among that $2,500, among that, well, she's going to make $2,500, right? But I'm going to be the one that's going to be paying for that mold. So if she pays me back for the mold, she's only earning $1,500. But she paid the $1,000 for the mold and the option A, right? Which means that she, after you factor in her $1,000, she's still only earning $1,500. But the difference between the two is, I would also like to get a free figure in return. I would like to get a free Bone Breaking action figure for myself. I would like another free Bone Breaking action figure that I could send out to BBA for his self for releasing his figure. And she already does a free figure for Jason Up, right? Because he does all of her advertising on his YouTube, and gets her a lot of new sales. So let's say that's another $300 after Etsy fees. So out of 25 figures, 3 of them come back to us, me, BBA, if it's his figure, right? Another one for Jason Up that she normally sends. So she's only making a profit on 22 figures, let's say. $100 a pop, that's $1,200 after she pays me back the $1,000 for the custom, or for the mold. And I'm thinking about this. I say it all the time, guys. I don't just think about my own well-being. I think about others. I think about, what's going to benefit them the most. And so I would love to have my figures released through her website, be a Waddy's channel exclusive under the Random Treasures banner. But when you factor in those numbers from the business side, it doesn't equate. But I just wish she would have said, like, thanks, but no thanks, instead of just, hey, I'm going to crunch the numbers, or I'll get back to you, and then just never hear back from her for months. So I think I'm done. I'm not going to reach back out to her again, not unless she contacts me. But otherwise, the only other option, if I can't go through Alibaba, if I can't go through Sean or AJ for their factories, the only other option is go through Lady Lux Leather. And can he do a good enough job custom painting the figures? Can he get them to look the way that we need for special release? Because, like I said, even at $100 a piece for a loose figure, no package, no poster like I planned, no accessory like I planned, at $100, even if I go on Facebook and, like, friends and family, $100, full $100 in my pocket, is that going to be enough profit for me? Again, I still got to consider this to be a business, right? So there's a lot of freaking things are going into this design, into this release. And of course, I'm going through Kevin again because a lot of these figures, they weren't done to my specifications. You guys know this was supposed to be Greg Valentine's hand only on the right side. So his hand was supposed to be up like so. This was supposed to be SD Jones chokeslam. And you saw how thin the arms were, right? You want it to be nice and thick, just like the original SD Jones LJN figure. And even with Kevin, I don't think we're going to get that exact same pose. I think it's still going to be super thin, and I don't want that. I want it to be as toyetic as LJN as possible. This was a perfectly fine figure for what it is, but it wasn't my vision. And I was willing to adjust my vision and go with an inferior pose if it kind of fit a lot of the other things that we had agreed upon. Proper cards and bubbles. Slapping two pieces of paper together and putting it in a basic bubble, that's not what we agreed upon. So basically charging me $100 for this right here, for 4 of them, not worthy, right? And this was supposed to fit in the bubble. You're telling me that the pose I originally wanted wouldn't fit in the bubble? This big ass bubble? So no. So yeah, we are redoing those figures through Kevin Pelkey. We are redoing Bone Breaking Action. We're redoing the double. Eventually, yeah, we'll probably go back and I'll have Kevin redo these figures as well. Maybe alternate the pose. I don't know, because this was Jason's design. This is what he wanted for his figure. So I really don't think there's anything we could do to alternate or to fix this, because it is what it is. It's a fine figure. This was supposed to be Hulk Hogan. I think that's like, that fighting pose type of deal. And you look at the arms, and it's more like Nikolai Volkov meets Billy Jack Haynes type of arm positioning meets maybe Corporal Kirchner. I don't know. But this was done so much better than the first one, and there's more weight to this one too, which I like. But it's not the correct paint scheme. It's close. I mean, it's good, but it's not U.S. Army DCU. So, I mean, that's why that one's gonna have to be redone and professionally painted. That's why someone like Net releasing this, I think she would make a killer, because she can actually do the paint job, to the actual lineup of the actual military uniform. But when you're spending $150 per figure, not including carding and bubble, and you're paying for rubber and you get resin, it's a pain in the ass. And then you go through another seller, another customizer. Again, you're back to that $150 price tag per figure. But I have to pay it because I have to get the right design, the right release out, because I want these to be absolute perfection. I can't be me and been talking about reviewing all these lines for so long and coming out with these great ideas, right? And not produce the most perfect figure ever. Because if I came out with these, even in rubber form, would they still meet my criteria? Would it still meet what I was looking for? Not exactly. Would I want to release these in rubber form if they were exactly like this? Again, you look at the face and it's a legitimate custom, and that's what I didn't want. I don't want them to be customs. I want them to be a legitimate brand, a legitimate stores bought type of deal. That's why you got to go through factories in China that does this stuff professionally, right? They create these action figures for these lines. So, all right, that's where I'm at on those. And now I got to get back and read some of these comments because I always lag behind. Let's see. Okay, no worries, man. Definitely Monday. Yeah, those going back for that. Gotcha. Stalin says we need to crowdfund a camera lady figure after Professor Thunder. Man. I saw that he left a video, an apology video, and I clicked on it because I wanted to see what that was all about, and it was immediately deleted. But man, I get notifications from him, so every time he goes live, I'm able to click in and check out his live streams. I don't stay for long. I mean, it depends on where I'm at. Like if I'm inside the house watching TV with the wife, yeah, I'm not watching anything on my cell phone. But like if I'm sitting outside and I'm having lunch or something, drinking some coffee and or having breakfast and eating my little McDonald's egg McMuffin sandwich that I make, I'll put him on for 20, 30 minutes or however long I'm out there. And I was hoping something like that would come up because he had his apology video, and then later on that day he came out with the live stream, but nothing came of that. And I wasn't watching the live stream when he said that, so I'm not very familiar. I mean, is that just their relationship, or is that something to really take into consideration for being serious? Because I talked about myself, my wife and I, the way that my wife and I communicate sometimes, you would think, oh my God, these people hate each other. And that's not the case. It's just that my wife and I have known each other since we were teenagers. All right, my wife and I have been together since we were in high school. So the way we talk to each other, you'd think, oh my God, you guys are you guys are so unloving, or you guys are so uh, not mature. And I'm like, it's nothing to do with maturity, man. It's just the way that we coincide with one each other. It's just the way it's our fun relationship. Like I wouldn't change anything about the way that my wife and I hang out or talk to each other or whatnot. Like if I'm talking and I say something completely stupid, my wife looks like you stupid fuck. I don't know if she actually says it like that, but I'm not gonna be offended by that, right? That's just funny or whatnot. That's just the way that we are with one another. So now, when you guys say he threatened to murder this woman, I mean, did he literally say that, and it's something to be taken seriously, or is it just the way that their relationship is, and just how they talk and communicate with one another? I don't know. I don't know them personally. I don't know how they interact, behind closed doors and whatnot. So I can't make that argument. But I heard about that, and I'm like, yeah, that was disappointing. But I mean, I'm still gonna, withhold judgment because again, I don't know them, I don't know the facts, and I don't want to speak out of turn. But whenever I put them on, man, and what I've noticed is, oh, this could be the alcohol talking. One thing I noticed, and correct me if I'm wrong, man, but whenever I used to watch the show, it would always be video like this. You can see the person jump in the background, jump on the computer on the piano, play some music. Awesome, rock, great, rock on. Uh, but recently, last I don't know how many for a while now. Whenever he does a live show, it's always a black screen. You hear the people talking, but like where's the people in the background, right? And I see these comments, turn on the camera, turn on the mic, show us proof of life, etc. It really got me thinking. And again, I know I'm speaking out of turn. I don't want to criticize or anybody. That's not what this is. It's just a thought that went in my head. And are the commenters are they serious? Maybe there's something there, because who's to say that this conversation wasn't pre-recorded, right? And the only oh my God, this is so horrible. I'm so drunk. I'm sorry. I probably wouldn't bring it up otherwise, but bear with me. This isn't the case. All right. Don't fear for anybody. I don't think it's that serious. But let's say this is a pre-recorded instance, and now you got the black screen so that you don't actually see that person number two isn't actually there. So it's like, hey, this person killed this person on this day, October 1st, but you still hear that person talking on October 15th. When in reality, they've been gone 2 weeks, right? So when I see that proof of life, I'm like, there's got to be something to that. Like I'm kind of in agreement, but again, I don't know what's going on, man. Like that's just like my drunken mind thought process. I don't know the couple. I didn't know if they were married, if they were just dating, if she was just like someone that was part of the channel as like a co-host or something. I'm learning all this stuff from viewers that reach out to me and that talk to me through the live streams and stuff like that. So one of my buddies, he reached out to me a long time ago, like, hey, you need to check out this channel. And I'm like, yeah, I've known about this channel. I've seen it before, the wrestling matches, the Rumble matches, whatnot. I'm like, I like that stuff. So yeah, I knew about the channel beforehand, but the fact that he recommended it, I'm like, I'll definitely spend a whole lot more time, set up notifications and whatnot, so I can check out every show when possible. I'm in the wrestling collector universe, so I kind of feel like I need to be in the know-how with all of these different guys out there that make these type of videos. That's why when I came up with this line and it was all about like YouTubers who cover wrestling, I'm like, this was a freaking brilliant idea because nobody else is coming out with that type of stuff. And I kind of mentioned like possibly having like Playtime Wrestling as being one of those, special guests, that special members of this perspective line. I think that figure would sell. I think people would buy that. And, talk about a camera lady figure. If she has enough of a following, if I feel like there's enough people willing to buy that particular figure, I've said it before in my live streams. If she reaches out to me like, hey, I'm interested, hell yeah. Let's see what we can work out. Because it would be nice to have a female member of the roster. I don't know. Maybe I could turn like this instead of a wrestler. Maybe use this as like a manager, right? That means I got a manager, got it. I need a referee. I need someone female, right? I mean, a female could be referee or could be a manager or referee, but I want someone like Elizabeth type. But that would give you both female and a manager. But when I created this was supposed to be a legitimate fighting figure. But when you look at this isn't a fightable. Like you can't. Like he does have a choke slam, right? But that's all he got. That's all it's got. And the arm is just still way too small. Not to my liking. I am running into the same issues. Kevin, he gives me updates every now and then, like 3D files. Here's the new updates. When you look at the original design, you have the BBA, and then you have Bone Breaking Action, where wrestling is real, right on the T-shirt, right below here, right. When you feel on the lettering, it's all risen, so it's not like just a flat surface. You could actually feel the rise of the letters. And Kevin says he's having issues creating that added rise to the figure, and he does resin. Cinda did resin figures. I don't know how he was able to do it, but the second figure may or may not have where wrestling is real. It may only have the BBA part, and that's it. I'm hoping he's able to knock that out and have the full graphics of the T-shirt, because that does make a world of difference, I think. Now, if he comes up with a better pose, I think BBA came out with a new pose, which is something like this or whatnot. And, it could work too. Go with the green mask instead of purple, change the pose a little bit. So like so. Something similar to Hulk Hogan, but not quite. I like this one though. This really stood out to me. Both weight, design, graphics. I mean, but Kevin, what he's working on with the new BBA figure is huge upgrades. And once I get my double figure and Bone Breaking Action, I don't know if I'm going to wait until after I get those two figures in, or if I should just, pay him in advance and be like, hey, I need upgrades on both the Soldier and Jason Up figure. But your guys' opinion. I mean, I'm seriously asking if you guys, is this something you guys would buy? It is a Greg Valentine figure, right? Essentially, it's a perfect playable wrestling action. As far as wrestling goes, this is the most wrestling or toyetic figure of the four. This is incredible. This is a solid piece. I mean, I keep saying Bone Breaking Action is my favorite among the four, but this is, like I said, the most toyetic. This is what it should be. Do I even need to go through Kevin to redesign this figure, knowing that this one already exists and is perfectly fine? The only reason I might go through him to redo this figure is to make it look more realistic. Again, the facial hair, the beard, whatnot. It's not filled in all the way, and it's still customy. It's not 3D print. Like I want to be able to like have Jason hold this up to his face and be like, this matches this. You know what I mean? Or in my case, this right here matches this, and you look at these, and that's just not the case. So. Damn, I missed the joke. Oh shoot, which joke was that? Was it the bone breaking action joke where I called him out for abandoning me today? How dare he try to earn some money and better himself? God dang it! Oh god, I'm so stupid. Okay, okay, I'm good. I'm good. If we do 4 hours today, guys, I'm gonna be able to polish off this bottle. But somebody, for the life of me, please, if I'm way out of it, save me from myself, because I am very bad at cutting myself off or ending the stream before 4 hours, before 5 hours, even though I probably should like cut the stream short, like 2 hours and 25 minutes, right? So, all right, we need to. All right, I've seen that one already. To the working man BBA. Give credit to the hustle man. He's charging $30 for the fig of himself and not like 50 or 60. So I respect that. Well, shoot. Dwayne, if that's the case, man, I might send Mitch $30 for that figure, because I mean it was a decent figure. I mean, for what it is. I can't knock. I will never criticize someone for wanting a figure of themselves. Okay. I've said it before. When I went through Sin for this figure, obviously I wanted the most perfect action figure ever created. This soldier look had an awesome look. Okay, this would have worked just fine. But this is not the color scheme of an AC uniform. So that's why I wanted to go through Net or someone who maybe a little bit better of an artist, to see if they can upgrade the figure. Play pose. It was supposed to be a Series 1 Hulk Hogan, right? You talk about Hulk Hogan, probably the greatest play pose ever. And I know, depending on the figure, depending on the line, that answer for me changes. Like, is Hulk Hogan from LJN the greatest figure? Is Kamala the greatest figure? Is Big Boss Man the greatest figure? I mean, they're all the best figure for X reason. That's why I always say it's so hard to really pinpoint which figure you like the most. But he was supposed to have a Hulk Hogan pose, and with the overall Army's color scheme, if it actually looked like an AC uniform, and if the face was realistic and not, red, not custom cartoony look, this would have been a perfect figure. But again, I paid for rubber, and they're just every last one of them. They're all statues. They're all resin, and like I said earlier, I'm not going to write them back. I'm not going to complain. I'm not going to ask for a refund because, hey, you sent me resin when we agreed to rubber. I'm not going to complain that I paid for 6 figures. You only sent me 4. I'm not going to complain that I paid twice on this. I paid for a rubber. He sent me a resin. He said he was going to send me. I paid a rubber price again for this. Again, he sent me. No. That's it. Not going to complain. I'm just going to simply say that he's lost my business. And when someone else comes out and they ask me, hey, do you recommend it? I'm like, hey, if you want a really good custom, yeah. And you're willing to pay a fortune, yes. You can go, that's perfectly fine. But if you're expecting a rubber figure, it's not going to happen. Bone Break Action did this really amazing advertisement commercial type for me on his YouTube, and at the end of the video, I always laughed at it because it was the video where we squeeze in the legs. We squeeze in the legs of the figure, and it's like rubber, and it's funny as hell. I love it. Um, BBA mentions that rubber figure was kind of like a glow in the dark style figure, because it was unpainted. But come on, like looking at these, there's no way in Sam's hell that by painting these figures, they went from rubber to resin or went from rubber to hard, whatever, just because you paint it. Be honest with me, dude. I'm a good buyer. I thought we had a good friendship going on, but I'm like, dude, you screwed me over big time repeatedly, and I let it happen. I always say whenever I'm dealing with friends, no need to rush. Take your time. You get it to me when you get it to me, type of deal. But so many friends are taking advantage of that, and it's why I won't do that anymore. If I send 50 figures in a box and I send it out to a friend for customization, and then I send 20,000 other boxes out the same way, and it's like a year later, and you're still waiting for the first box to be shipped back, I can't complain because, by my own words, take your time. Get it to me when you can. But it just means that I won't be doing that anymore. So when I reach out to friends, I'm like, hey, I got this box. Do you think you customize? Yeah, send it to me. I'll get it done. So I'll reach out to this friend or that friend over there. What happened to that box I sent you 2 years ago that I'm still waiting on? Wrestling Writer. I used to have, like, almost all of my customs were from him. And I would always send him boxes of figures to paint for me, either cut up, do what he does, repaint, whatever. And nothing. What frustrates me is even after I've been like, hey, I will pay for the shipping, just send me back the figures I sent to you. Nothing. Oh, give me time. I've been sick. I'll get it to you. Don't worry. Dude, it's been like 2.5 years. It's not going to happen. Oh, in that case, the box I received last year after waiting on it for like 2 years, uh, it was half-assed. The feet weren't fully painted in. The color scheme, it just looked like it was one coat of paint. I don't know, man. Like, I can't describe it. Just it was very shoddy work. Like, it was rushed. Like, it was just done in like the last 2 weeks type of deal, and not something you've been actively working on day by day, week by week, month by month for the last couple of years. So I'm very trusting, right? And I care about people, so I always think about others, and so I always try to get people paid up front. That way, there's no issues. Like if they got to go out and buy paint or something, they have the money available to get it done. But people take advantage of you. I'm like, I refuse to do it anymore, and it's why I kind of look at these figures, and I'm like, look, do I want to create this figure for myself? Okay, great. I've had people reach out to me. They were actually interested in the line. I'm like, really? Well, maybe I could expand this and go more out because I just wanted this for myself. That was it. I was done. And then people said they were interested, and I'm like, okay, well, I got to make this a real thing. I just can't release one figure and call it a day. Reached out to some people who I thought would make good figures. We agreed to collaborate, and this was a freaking awesome collaboration, man. You guys know the issue, the whole joke behind, right? So if anyone doesn't know the joke behind, please let me know, and I'll let you know. But that's a good one. That's why that figure deserved to be made. But initially, it was going to be a 2-pack, and these were going to be the figures. But this one just doesn't fit. It doesn't mesh well with the Jason Nupp figure. So that's why I'm like, this pirate figure that I saw, I'm like, the foul-mouthed drunkard. Yes, that is the figure. That one as a grudge match against Jason up. That is perfection. I don't want that figure for myself anymore. I want it for Bum Shadows. I think adding another YouTuber to the lineup would be incredible, especially someone that nobody was expecting, and we could probably do something on a regular basis on a instead of like 500 units, maybe 100 units. Does that mean with the additional cost of creating 100 because you're not getting the full amount? Does that mean that the price of that figure rises? I mean, shoot, if people are paying $125 for a Ram Treasures figure, yeah, I think people would still pay $125 for a Bum Shadows figure if it was carded, poster, the works, right? And knowing that it was like one of 100 instead of, the 500 units or so that other people could get whenever. But that's all prevalent on if I go through an actual factory, which day by day it looks like that's not a potential possibility. More than likely, it looks like it's going to happen through a Ram Treasures who's not responding to any of my emails or any of my SE messages. It's not. It looks like it might go through a Lady Lux Leather off of eBay. I have to pay for the mold. I have to pay for each individual figure from him to paint. With the mold and the individual figures, even if I sell them for $100, I'm trying to do the math in my head, and at $100, with what I have to pay him to create the rubber and to paint them, there should be a little bit of profit potentially, but we're probably talking like $5 profit for each individual figure because I have to pay for that mold, right? So if I create a mold, a Bone Brick in Action, and he could create 50 figures from them, but maybe he only does 10 figures at a time, and I'm paying for 10 figures at a time, and I'm reselling them. There's no profit off of that stuff, or at least not a whole lot, right? Because I'm still factoring in the cost of the mold plus the cost I got to pay him for each individual figure. So, like if I earn $1,000, like that first $1,000 goes towards the mold. So that's absolutely zero profit. So if I sell 10 figures at $100, that 10 figures was as if I didn't sell anything at all. And then the 10 figures after that, maybe I start earning a little bit of profit on that because it's a little more than I paid him. It's frustrating. It is frustrating. It is annoying. It is killing my brain, but that's where we at. That's where we're at on those releases. So I'm trying to think about my initial video title. I said if we talk about Latoonie, I think we talked about Latoonie a little bit, but not a whole lot. We've talked about Maniac Riot Wrestling. We've talked about Rush Collectibles. I think that's essentially it, guys. I mean, that was like the big retro stuff. When it comes to retro figures, grapples and gimmicks, zombie sailors, those guys, I really want to save that, push that stuff out to Monday because I want that to be with me. And when Bum Shadows does the dual live stream, I want to have more to talk about during those days, right? So I'm really trying to limit myself to what I discussed today. I think I'm finally in. Weird networking issue, but only to YouTube. Hello, people. What's up, Steve? Hey, El, I don't know if you're still in, bud, but you messaged me letting me know that you would be interested in doing a dual live stream. And in fact, I see a bunch of messages from you. You're probably going to ask about it here, but before I get to those, I'm like, same thing, man. Same thing as Irish Rebel. If you can't, look up Matthew Watson in Facebook. See if you can find me. Add me as a friend. Message me. That way, I can get you my number. When the time comes, we can set a scheduled date. Like if you want to be part of the Saturday live stream, I can about 10 minutes or so before the live stream send you an invite collaboration. Same thing I've done with the Bum Shadows. Same thing I've done with BBA. Right. I love to have that co-host for Saturday. We like baseball, but it doesn't have to be baseball related, right? We can always talk about wrestling and other stuff, collection wise. And guys, you know, man, it doesn't have to be baseball related. It doesn't have to be collections or wrestling. Like, if you guys want to talk politics, man, like I'm not political, and honestly, I don't know anything about politics. There's a reason I've never talked about that stuff. Not necessarily because I didn't want to talk about it, because there's certain things I feel like on a lot of these channels you don't want to bring into your channel. You don't want to bring politics into it. You don't want to bring religion into it. You know, things like that, right? Uh, Topics, you know, point accounts, topics of discussion that are important, like people that are going to be 50-50 on it, right? You know, talk about things like the death penalty. People are going to be 50-50 on that. Abortion. People are going to be 50-50 on that. You think abortion should be legalized, that type of stuff, right? So I've always swayed away from those things because I feel like it does more harm than good. But at the same time, I can't constantly go around saying, hey, this channel is the jack of all trades. We talk about any and everything and not bring that stuff up if that's the case. So that's why I like movies. I like TV shows and horror and stuff like that. So there's always plenty of stuff to talk about, regardless. Does he read chats? Hey, what's happening, Rick? Yes, sir, but unfortunately, very slowly. Very, very slowly. I try to respond to every comment, at least the comments that actually require, you know, response. Obviously, some responses don't require, or some comments don't require response. And because I don't get to those responses very often, it does take some time. Or because I spend so much time talking about each individual comment, I usually lag behind big time. But I'm gonna fast forward back up here because I think I missed a bunch of comments. Just copy and paste the link. If you ever want to be part with that Big Boss Man bio card, I would buy it from you. I need that one for my collection. I only have like 2 bio cards. I think Boss Man and Slick. At this point, I don't think I would sell them. I mean, I don't know if I would ever start a bio card collection, right? But if I did, those are nice to have, you know, sitting behind your actual LJN collection. And Boss Man, I know, would be a very valuable, expensive one, probably like the $125, $150 range to buy that in the future. So would I charge someone $100+ for a bio card? A Boss Man's probably worth it. But shoot, like someone says, hey, you're selling a bio card. What do you want for it? Here's a Big Boss Man. I don't know, $30. You know, someone would jump on that heartbeat. But what happens if I ever say to myself, I want those bio cards in the future? What are you paying? $100 to $200. So I can't do that. But I will keep you in mind in case anything changes. Yeah, man, I'm freaking way behind on messages. All right, gotta give credit. I seen that one. Dodgers now only 2 wins away from the World Series. Well, shit, you know, goddamn Brewers want to play stupid games. They win stupid prizes, right? They want to fly the L. And now what are they? They're Owen. I've seen that on Facebook today. Knock, knock. Who's there? Owen. Owen who? Owen 2. Ha 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 ha. Hilarious. If you saw the meme, it would be hilarious. All right. Rushed home from work, ate dinner, flossed, brushed teeth, and showered all to find out I couldn't load YouTube. Hey man, my freaking video dicks out of me all the time. So like, I think I better than anybody understand that. So are the Mariners surprisingly? I think so, man. I think the Mariners might actually beat the Blue Jays. Like, I'm already way off, right? I thought the Padres were going to beat the Cubs. I thought Brewers over Padres. Dodgers over Brewers, Dodgers in the World Series. I thought I don't remember what I thought with Cleveland and Detroit. I think every time I talk about it, I say I thought a different team. Like last week, I thought Detroit was going to win. This week, I'm going to say no. I thought Indians were going to, or the Guardians were going to win. Screw that. There will always be the Indians to me. I thought Cleveland was going to win. I thought Yankees were going to beat Toronto. Yankees over Cleveland, and I thought Dodgers over Yankees. At this stage, I thought, I mean, okay, once it happened, all right, fine. Seattle, Toronto. Toronto's going to win. Seattle seems to have their number right now. Dodgers, I mean, I knew if the Brewers made it to the NLCS, they were not going to beat the Dodgers. So it could be Mariners, Dodgers, and I still say Dodgers regardless, but I mean, the Mariners haven't won anything in forever, so I would like to see a new team win something and, have a new fan base, be excited for baseball. So I'm hoping the Mariners are successful, but I still think it's going to be Dodgers regardless. It could be Toronto, Seattle, Yankees. It doesn't matter. I still think Dodgers were going to take it all this year. If the Cubs actually made the NLCS, I think they could have given the Dodgers fits. And I think that would have been a surprise championship. At that point, if they beat the Dodgers, I would have actually, even as horrendous as they've been, I still feel like the Cubs would have surprised in the World Series like they did in 2016. But in 2016, they had pitching and they had the offense. So, I mean, there's just not anything comparable to 2025, at least not completely. Toronto must win tonight. I mean, I think it could go seven. Well, I don't think it'll go 7 games. I think it'll go 6 games. I think Seattle will take it in 6. Has to put up Dean Douglas for $10. Really? Good for him proving me wrong. I'm back in. Oh, 40. I'm sorry. I thought that 3 was a dollar sign. That just shows you how bad my freaking eyesight is, man. I'm like this close, and I looked at that 3. It looked like a dollar sign. I thought it was $9.99. I saw that Douglas figure, and I wasn't impressed. I mean, if you're getting like Sonny, Buddy Donnas, what I don't, not for me, man. As a completionist, I mean, I have to get at least one for the carded collection, right? But I have all grapplers and gimmicks loose, so at least a good chunk of them. The last few items I haven't bought carded because they're too expensive. Like Quang in black suit, Quang in red suit. Both were like $55 a piece. I'm like, no, they're not that valuable. I bought them for the carded collection. That was it. Not buying them for the loose. All the diesels, all 4 of them, I got them for the carded collection. I am not paying duplicate or double the money for a freaking loose collection. It ain't happening. Drop those to about $25, $30 a piece. We could talk. But so there are a lot of loose grapplers and gimmicks figures that I don't have now. So have I finally reached a level where I can sit back and say I am no longer a 100% completionist with grapplers and gimmicks? I noticed a long time ago from I think it was Series 3 with the Matt Cardona Zombie Sailors toys. So Matt Cardona came out with 3 figures. One was like sort of like a purple/white card back with him in like a white outfit. That was on a single card. He also came out in a 2-pack with the Gage. So it was Cardona and Gage in a 2-pack. And they were a bloody tag team set. So I have that one too. Couple sets. Opened up one package where I displayed those 2 figures loose. I didn't realize that bloody combo set that they had also came on a single red card with just Matt Cardona. So I'm actually missing that variant. So since I'm not officially 100% complete with Zombie Sailors, I mean, I feel like it's easy enough to the point where I'm like, you know what? I can skip a few here or there and go for the ones I really want only. Right now, I think Legion of Doom from Zombie Sailors might actually be good. At least with the spikes in AWA era, that could be great. And Legion of Doom is always valuable, regardless. It doesn't matter if it's bell to bell figures, if the AWA Remcos, if it's this new what's that WrestleManiacs. Is that what they're called? WrestleManiacs? I don't have any of those figures, but I think that's what they're called. They've got the Steiner brothers, they've got Legion of Doom, and who else they got? I think they got Legion of Doom coming out again, actually. But whenever you see Legion of Doom, you know that they're going to be double, even triple price later on. So I might go for it just because I feel like it has value. I bought 3 Owen Harts from Zombie Sailors Toys when I decided I wasn't going to buy from them anymore. Why did I do that way back when? How many King of Hearts, Owen Harts figures are there? Not a whole lot, right? So you buy one, you open up a second one for your loose collection. You have a third one. No, that third one I bought for Kirk, so that one's not even staying with me. Yeah, so I only have my 2 figures, but imagine if that figure sells for $150 a few months down the road because it's Owen Hart, King of Heart. And was it a special release as well? So if it was like, limited quantity, that could also hold value for that particular figure. So I bought it for that reason. But it's got to be a one and done type of deal for a lot of these figures for Zombie Sailors because I just don't think they make. I think Zombie Sailors makes the worst figures on the market. I'm going to read some of these comments before I get back to that. Pre-order Dean. I just don't think I'm going to go for him. And maybe one day I could find him on eBay on auction for a good price. Want to part with that Big Boss Man? Yep, seen that one. Just copy and paste the link. New York City for Professor. Gotcha. New York City Comic Con exclusive from Collect Major are up on their site. 1 big over guy and 2 major stars. BB also sent me a link for some of the new big rubber guy mascots they're doing for baseball. Like the Cincinnati Reds Macho Man, I thought was incredible. But now they're coming out with like the Philly Fanatic or or the Mets. What's the Mets mascot with the baseball head? But I saw that. I'm like, man, this does absolutely nothing for me. I am a obsessive baseball fan, but that I don't know. I think I would be buying it only because it's part of this line and I want to have all the figures for that line. But like other than that, like it doesn't speak to me. It doesn't do anything for me emotionally, nostalgically, or anything like that. Even resale value wise, if I'm like, hey, I don't want this, but I feel like it's gonna be worth money, so let me buy a few so I can resell them later. I'm like, no. And like I said, man, I feel like a lot of time resellers get a bad rep because a lot of people think of reselling as scalping, and that's not the case. Legitimate resellers, if I go to the store and I buy this Papa can for 25 cents and I resell it for $1, I've earned 4 times my money on that Papa can or that Papa can. Oh God, can of pop. Holy can of pop. Pop of can. Oh God, I'm so stupid. Can of pop. If I earned $1 on something I paid 25 cents for, that is reselling. Scalping is buying that pop. I almost did it again. That can of pop for 25 cents and then reselling it for $10. So I don't like that a lot of people put scalpers in the same sentence as resellers because resellers actually serve a purpose. But like I said, a lot of time people severely overprice their stuff and it's infuriating. When I bought those extra big rubber guys, Bloody Ric Flair, They were reselling on Mercari and eBay for like $150. I had 2 extra. What did I sell them for? $65 a pop. A couple of my viewers reached out to me. Hey, I'm interested. You have another one for sale? Yes, I do. What do you want for it? Pay me what I paid into it. Cover my shipping. You're good. That helps me out. And like I said, that whole Ric Flair thing, that was an accidental order. Like I didn't intend to buy 4 of them. I wanted 2 of them, but like I had an error, and then I hit the back button. So when I hit 2 again, I ended up doubling up, but I wasn't paying attention to the purchase price. So I've had that incident happen a couple times or a few times, and you guys already know with like zombie sailors and grapples and gimmicks, I got bad memories. So when I order something, I forget that I ordered it. And I end up ordering them again. I've got like a million of them. But like when you have Bloody Gage and Cardona from Zombie Sailors, the 2-pack, and they're selling for $100, and you put them up, or they're selling for $125, $150. Maybe you paid $100 for them, and you put them on auction or put them on eBay for $100. And even after selling fees, you're not going to get what you paid into it. You're losing money, but still, you paid $100. You're going to resell them for $100. You lose some money. Maybe you make like $85. You know that it was an accidental order. You didn't want that third one, and you want to get rid of it. You want to get some of your money back. You can't do that. You want to sell that 2-pack, you're going to have to drop the price to around $50 to $57, maybe. Like $57.50. That's probably like what you could actually sell it for. On Mercari, I've had that thing listed for probably over a year and a half, something like that. And I was always like sending offers. But on Mercari, once you send an offer, you can't brace the price back up. So if you got like $100 price tag and you send an offer, $95, you send an offer that offers $57.50, you can't bring it up to like $65. It has to be because it's 10% lower than your last offer, which is so stupid. I mean, eBay is better in those regards. Plus, you earn more money from your shipping. So, if a buyer pays you $10 shipping and it only costs you $8 to ship it out, that's an extra $2 profit for you. I mean, it really depends. Like if I got a buyer that's bidding on 5 figures in an auction, 5 Hasbro figures, and he wins 5 of them, and shipping is like $5.50 on each of them. Am I going to charge $5.50 shipping per figure? No, I'm going to box them all up together. If he paid individually, fine. I'll go back. This cost $11.70. I don't know, throwing out a number, and I'll reimburse the 5.5, 11, 22. So $27.50. It costs $11. I'll reimburse the $16 or whatever, right? So that's why I would say, hey, it's always preferential to bundle up your purchases with me because I'll take care of you with the shipping aspect. But sometimes on freaking eBay, you need to sometimes I know why buyers or why sellers overprice shipping. This is maybe an $8 figure to ship, right? Wrap him up, maybe throw a cardboard box around him for extra protection, maybe some extra shrink wrap or bubble wrap, right? Throw it in a bubble mailer if you have to. I've run out of small boxes, so I kind of do that. That's how I ship my Hasbros. It might be just a regular poly bag or bubble mailer or something, but I shrink wrap the figure, take a cardboard, wrap them up in the cardboard, tape that up, put them in an extra layer of shrink wrap, the very big, thick shrink wrap or otherwise. So if I put it in that poly bag, guess what? You throw that thing all over the place. It's not going to break. I just hate when people take imagine something like this, right? Card, bubble, and maybe the bubble is very weak or something, and they throw something like this in a bubble mailer with no protection. I don't care if you wrap this up in bubble wrap and throw it up. This will break, okay? This will be damaged. You can actually feel down here, how weak the bubble is, right? Oh yeah, this was an awesome purchase. Tango Warrior from the Power Rangers. It says Power Rangers the movie, but there were no Tango Warriors in Power. Yeah, there were no Tango Warriors in Power Rangers the movie. I lied. There were. Yes, there was. Because I remember Ivan Ooze blowing up one of the birds. Yeah, they were in the movie. That was my mistake. I definitely know. I remember them from the TV show on Fox Kids. But shoot, 1995. Just kind of talking about that. 1995 was an awesome year. I remember my brother, a bunch of our friends. We went to go to the movies and we saw Power Rangers the movie in '95. And then afterwards, we walked over to the McDonald's, got ourselves a Happy Meal with the Power Ranger toys. We went home, showed my mom the toys that we got at McDonald's. She took us all the kids back to McDonald's dinner that night, and we got all of the Power Ranger toys. The Bear Zord and the Wolf Zord and the Ape Zord and all that stuff, right? So those Power Ranger Happy Meals from 1995, I mean, those damn things were valuable, man. Even at that stage in life, because Power Ranger was such a huge hit, right? And I've had all those for like my entire life. But my nephew, he is 10 years younger than I am. When he was a kid, he used to always go into my upstairs bedroom or wherever I had my Power Ranger toys, like because I never played Power Ranger toys. I had my mom buy me the toys over the years because like I was a fan of the show, but like I never actually played with them. Right? They were just kind of like there. They were just displayed or whatever. And he would always go up there and grab my toys. It would always bother the hell out of me. And eventually, over the years, I lost a couple of the Rangers to their actual Zords. So on eBay a few years ago, I bought all the Zords again. That way, I had all the Rangers inside. And it's like you pay $40 for those five figures or those five Zords with Rangers, right? And then you resell them. Maybe you resell the five Zords and like three or four out of the six Rangers. So six Zords, four Rangers. I got like $20 for that, and it took me forever to sell those damn things. I'm like, there's no way in hell. Even with the two Rangers being replaced, being removed, that's still a $40 lot. So you really got to be a seasoned veteran on YouTube or on eBay to really get the sales that you deserve. Let's see what we got here. Totally in the dark. What is that camera lady and professor from? From Playtime Wrestling. The professor. I mean, I like his stuff. I mean, I used to watch that stuff because it was LJN figures mixed in, just kind of thrown about, right? Royal Rumble style, which was pretty cool. Um, one of my viewers reached out to me, let me know about him, and I think I was already subscribed, maybe not, I don't know. But I have notifications set, so I always kind of tune in from time to time. I see all the other comments that people leave for him. I'm like, I might respond, leave a comment here or there, but normally I just watch the video, call it a day. Oh, it was kind of funny. The very first time he kind of found out about me, he was like watching my live stream on his live stream, and there was some random fake Playtime Wrestling account associated, right? And they were like leaving messages on, and I was answering, talking to these guys, and I went back and I watched his live stream, right? And when it got to the point where he was watching me to my live stream, and I got to that, answer their question, like, "No, what are you doing? That's not me." I kind of knew better, right? Based on the comments that they were leaving, I kind of knew it wasn't. It was like a spam account or something. But Bone Break in Action, he also told me about that account as well, and let me know about a little history between the two of them, and that's why I kind of don't talk about it because I feel like it's not my history between the two guys. I mean, I'm friends with BBA, and I don't have anything against this other account, this other guy. So like, why would I, hate on him for that, right? It's like eBay. 1,000 people could have a positive response with this, but what about this one guy over here who may have had a negative response? What about 1,000 people who had a negative response with this seller, but this one guy over here had a positive response? So it's always a case by case basis, and that's why I always feel like I'm not in the position where I have the right to talk about something like that. It's one thing to talk about action figures. I mean that's fine. They're freaking toys. At the end of the day, they're damn toys. But when you start talking publicly about people, you got to have a little bit more knowledge, and I don't have enough to talk on the subject. But I love when Camera Lady gets on and she's participating, because I am dying for my wife to like participate in my live streams, but she never wants to be part of it. I'm like, hey, sit off to the side. We could talk, and viewers can like chime in when necessary, but she doesn't want to be part of my channel at all, which is a shame, because I think she and I could have amazing live streams together. It's a wrestling toy channel where the professor abuses his girlfriend. The link I posted in chat was him caught on hot mic threatening to kill. God damn, Stalin, that is rough, dude. I don't know what to say on that. That's tough. I mean, there have been times I've had severe arguments with my wife. I mean, I've threatened to whoop her ass, but my wife just can laugh it off whenever she wants, because if my wife and I ever got into a fight, my wife would my wife would handle me without issue. So I could sit there and threaten whoop her ass all I want. She wears the pants in the relationship. She is Mr. Fix It around the house. She's the builder. When she does build stuff. A lot of time I have trouble getting her on that, but that's my baby. God damn it. I may be mad or frustrated or even joking around and say, hey, I'm going to whoop your ass one day or whatever. But at the end of the day, that's my baby. And I know that I would never hurt her. Right. So when I hear something like that, I don't know what the relationship is like. I would hope he kind of feels the same way. My wife, that's my baby. That's my princess right there. So the last thing I ever want is to see her in pain, and to threaten to kill somebody, that's rough. I didn't watch the live stream. I don't know what came of it, why, what caused him to say that, but so that's why I feel like I'm not in the position to talk on the subject. So I just don't know enough about it. Bottoms up, Ross. Hopefully your wife is lurking so she can wake you from your impending slumber. I haven't fallen asleep in a while, man. I've been drinking a lot of this hard liquor too, and like I have not fallen asleep, and it's been about a month. I know. Yay us, right? we're bragging about not passing out on a live stream after 1 month. Like that is, some people go to like AA meetings and end up with like 1 week coins and one. I'm bragging about not passing out on a live stream for a month. Oh, that's just good stuff, though, man. Hey, what's happening, Rick? Man, I see you, buddy. Suo Big Dog. His blood alcohol content. Shoot, who knows, man? I mean, right now I'm not. I think I am somewhat know what's happening right now, so I don't think my BAC would be that high. I mean, 0.08 is drunk, right? So I don't know if I'm drunk, but like I wouldn't be going out driving right now. I mean, do I feel like if I got out and drive right now that I could get around, navigate safely? I do, but at the same time, how many people have thought the exact same thing and then got into a car wreck? So I would say drunk, but sober enough to understand what's happening. So 0.10, .12. I don't know. Hey, Rick, you left me another donation, buddy. That's amazing. Rick, I don't even ask for that stuff, bud, but man, the fact that you think highly of the channel enough to do so, that means the world. Thank you so much for that. And the last live stream, you left us a donation as well for Bum Shadows and I. And trust me, man, that really means the world. Take a shot. All right, man. I don't have a shot glass, but this will have to do. Ugh. That is so awesome of you, Rick. Ellen Ross with the beer cups. I'm done for the night, so drinking 2 fisted tequila and scotch. I was thinking about bringing my tequila back out here because the one I had on Monday, like the bottle was only like that much left, but I like the brown tequila better than the white tequila. So, like, I definitely wanted to kind of spread that out a little bit, save it for a little bit longer. That tequila you bought top shelf, the bottle itself is cool. Forgot the name of it though. The tequila, I think it was it 818? 880, 808. I want to say 818 was the tequila type. Does he read the chat? Yeah, I saw that one before. And like I said, man, I'm like super like I because of how I try to respond to everybody, I take forever. Sorry. He will read your super chat on the next live. You guys know, man, when the live stream is over. So like Saturday, I'll come back and I'll be on the live stream I'll be on the computer, right? So I'll open up this live stream and I'll flip through the messages and I'll read through everything at that point. So shit, man, you're not too far behind, man. Like I probably will talk about it in the next live stream. But no, man, I try to at least end each live stream with answering every question so that nobody's left behind. Way behind, dude. That's like an understatement. I'm pretty sure there's like 30 minutes of messages. The joke behind you, L. I know this is going to take a while, guys. Sorry about the messages. Do I want to read through this or do I want to answer the questions first? I'm not sure. Let me shoot through some of these messages, L, before I hit you back up. But in case I forget, because I'm stupid, I'm going to actually keep this right next to this phone just in case. I will answer that for you. But I got to go back, man, because I shot through a bunch of messages. I hit the bottom button, and it took me all the way to the very bottom, so I'm missing a bunch. Click, 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 click. God damn. Come on, help me out here. All right, here we go. And you got to calculate figure cost, assuming you won't sell them all initially or possibly ever at full price. And that's another thing, man. Why I'm thinking I got to sell these figures for at least $100. $100 isn't going to net me the most money in the world, but if I go through a factory in 500 units and I could sell 500 units for $100 a piece, it should give me enough money left over to not only reimburse myself for fully funding the first figure, but it should give me enough money to hopefully fund or come close to funding the second figure. It's not like I'm using that money to like pay for house upgrades, DoorDash, $150,000 of DoorDash. Nah, man. It's actually going back into the business because I want it for the viewers. I want it for the buyers who actually want the product, right? So, Look at Latoonie. He just sold out of the Blue Macho, and he only made 100 of the item. The only thing with selling for 100 items is if you buy 1,000 figures. Let's say you buy 1,000. I mean, I'm exaggerating numbers, but I'm just using this exaggeration for the purpose of this conversation. If you buy 1,000 figures, you're probably paying $5 a figure. And again, this is just exaggeration, right? If you buy 500 figures, you're probably buying them at $12.50 a figure. If you buy 100 figures, you're probably buying them at like a cost of $37.99 a figure. So there's reason why you want to buy more quantity. The more you buy, the less cost it is on each individual piece. I want to do 100 special units where maybe BBA with. No, I can't even do that. I can't do that because shoot, this is the original design of Bone Break in Action, but the new figure that I'm getting, it's not only are we switching out the purple mask for a green mask, but we're also changing out the fighting pose. So I don't know how many people out here like this particular figure, but the one that we might come out with might look like this, right? People might want this one, but and then there's others that say no, forget that. I want the original design. One day, I might do an auction, or not an auction. I might do a no, I don't want to do an auction. I'll probably do a giveaway, and I might actually give away the original prototype. It won't be anytime soon. We're not talking something in the next year or anything like that. No, we're talking like all of these figures would have to be produced, shipped out to the buyers. This is further down the road, but I could sign this. I could probably send it to Bone Break in Action, have him sign it, and maybe the winning whoever wins it on raffle or whatever gets the original prototype. And I think for their collection, especially if they own all of the other figures that we're going to come out with, if we come out with it, owning the original pro, I think that's amazing. I don't want to let go of this. I think this is amazing. But this was supposed to go to Bone Break in Action, and I can't send it to him because I'm selfish. no, but I want one figure for myself, one for him, like I paid for. Where's my second figure? God damn it. It never arrived because they charged me double on the figures and only sent me out 4 out of 6 that I paid for. So I'm not going to talk about it anymore. That's pretty much over, but that's an option, right? If I hit a point where I've got 5,000 subscribers, 10,000 subscribers, and I'm making a lot of money off YouTube and not just $1 a day ish. If I get to a point where I'm making these lines and they're selling like hotcakes, yes. Sin has the prototype, or he has the 3D print. He could always reprint this figure and repaint it for me. I could always buy a new one, right? But to have the original prototype, that means a world of difference. And if I have to sign it for somebody, I think that adds value as well for that respective line. It may not hold a lot of financial value. You can't probably put it on eBay, but like, hey, here's a Waddy's channel exclusive prototype, $750. Probably not. But for the initial buyer, I think something like that would be amazing, right? Way too big of a set. All right. Yeah. But yeah, that Blue Macho Man, I only have the one card. I don't have a loose one, so I'm kind of sad I missed out on that one. Those New York City Comic Con figures at Collect Major, they only made 300 of one and 500 of the other, and still had leftovers to put on their site today. So I think they're all doing the bare minimum, 500 figures, and what's pre-ordered is pre-ordered. Problem is, you go to Collect Major, and let's say they're selling Rick Martel. 300, let's say this is Rick Martel. 300 people could pre-order a Rick Martel. That just means he has to pay 200 figures out of pocket, and then eventually he will sell those 200 figures. With these, I'm not doing that. There are no pre-orders, right? 300 people order this. It's not, I'm having 300 people pay into my account and I could use those funds to pay for the 500. No, 100% fully funded. So I have to make sure that I've not only get recouped the funds I paid into it, but at least some kind of profit that I can market new figures that I really want. There actually was a second series I was contemplating today when I was sitting out on the porch, and damn, if Bone Breaking Action was here, I could have probably, flown this past him for ideas, but I forgot what it was. I may message you on Facebook Messenger. Hey, when I get back downstairs and use my actual phone, like this is just a secondary phone. This doesn't have internet, right? Well, it has internet on it. That's why I use it, but it doesn't have like my Messenger or anything like that on this. But I'll definitely reach out to you. Hey, expect to hear some kind of meetup on Saturday. If you are available Saturday, 8 p.m., or if you want to do it earlier, 7 p.m., let me know. We'll get the time set up. Collab stream, I can dig it. Hey man, like shoot, if there's like a bunch of people are interested, hey man, I want to join you for Saturday live stream. I can send out 5 or 6 links, have like 5 or 6 of us collaborating, doing live stream together. I think that's pretty awesome. Zebra cakes, really. I gotta freaking go to the grocery store and buy me some zebra cakes. That way, when I'm doing live streams, yeah. 2 hours straight on snack cakes. I'm down. All right. Let's see what we got here. This is why I now floss and brush after dinner to keep me from snacking late. My wife is like that, man. Like when she brushes her teeth at night before bed, like she won't even drink the purple water. It's like sugar packets mixed with regular water, right? And I've already brushed my teeth. I can't eat right now. Or back when we had to wake up like in the middle of the night to feed the babies, right? And while she's warming up the formula, I'd go in, I'd pull out those little individual packages of like string cheese, and I'd be playing it around. With like the stupid, with probably like this, probably whole full on smacking is included, annoying the living shit out of my wife at the same time. No, I don't do all that, but it's funny though. A few days ago, or several days ago, about a few days ago, she bought she had some baby cans of food, and the cats actually started eating it. I look at these cans of food, I'm like, this literally, it looks like human baby food. Like it's very, very squishy and whatnot, right? So no wonder these freaking babies like eventually start eating that crap. But every time you have to hold them, and she got the syringe and put the little nipple on the syringe so they could sit there, and the cat's like, you're holding them like so, right? Like so. Like every time they see them, they gotta jump up and kind of like walk this part to get to the syringe so they can hold the syringe with their hand while they're sucking on the nipple. I'm like, dude, stop with the whole shooting forward thing. You don't need to do all that. Those freaking babies, they're my babies. My wife asks me sometimes, are we keeping them? And I think that's her way of asking me, are we keeping them? Well, obviously. I think that's her way of asking me, are we giving them up for adoption? All the cats that we've had, even Cubby. I mean, I kind of consider her my cat because she lays on me a lot, but I look at all the cats that we've had in life as my wife's cats. Even Fox. 20 years ago, a friend back in Fort Hood, she was She was getting out of the army. She unfortunately had a miscarriage and lost twins, and her husband had deployed. Well, all of us were deploying in December of that year. I think he was part of like Charlie Company or something. So he was going on deployment, and she was getting out of the army, probably medical reasons because of said miscarriage, and she had the kitten that she had. She called him Oscar. He was probably a few months old when she got him, and she know my wife and I had a cat. She asked me if I wanted the cat. I'm like, I know my wife wants more cats, so yeah, I'll take it. And so Fox was the cat that I brought home in 2005. So technically, that's my cat in that respect, but he's her. He really is her cat. He sleeps on her lap. He stays with her at nighttime while she's sleeping. Whether she's sleeping on her stomach or on her side, he's sleeping on top of her. Either sleep on her legs, sleeping on her waist, whatever, sleeping on her lower back, depending on how she sleeps. That's her cat. These babies, the two new kittens I found, they really are mine. I'll sit there and I'll have the kittens on me like so, and I'll sit there and I'll be like kind of like those up, and I watch YouTube while I kind of pet them. Right, they'll sleep on me just like so, or maybe one cat will be like so, the other one will kind of be up here, and so I kind of have to hold them like like so, right? So if I'm gone, like if I'm up here doing a live stream and they're downstairs and they're sleeping on my wife, when I go back downstairs into the living room, like they'll jump up, yeah, me. Like they'll want to be all over me. So those are my babies, and I don't feel good about giving them up. I found them out in the wild. Like what are chances you find kittens out in the wild by yourself, right? We nursed those babies back, had to buy formula, nipples, and everything for them, everything. They're finally on regular food. I mean, they're pissing me off. Like, I want to whoop their little asses. Like, they do nothing but freaking climb. Like, they will sit there and climb the damn curtains. Curtains on this window. Curtains on this window. My wife put these little curtains in the middle of the living room and dining room, because whenever I went to the dining room to do like homework or something back in like 22, she didn't like the big light on in her face. So she put up a little pole, bought some curtains, and kind of used that to kind of block off the living room from the dining room. Those little son of a guns, they will sit there, they will climb the freaking curtains on. I'm like, oh hell no, you little assholes. I think not. So I wrap those curtains up, put them through the top bar so that they're not climbing them. Now Morty, he'll go to like the middle of the walkway. He'll look up at the curtains, and he'll like jump up on the wall, like he's gonna jump up and catch it. I'm like, no, dude, you are not destroying my curtains, okay? But little Summer, little Morty, and little babies, my wife's obsession with Rick and Morty. So that's where the whole Summer Morty thing comes from. Not the names I would have given them, but you would think if they're my babies, I should name them. But goddamn. Get to fly me quite a bit lately. That's funny. If they didn't fly that stupid L flag, they probably wouldn't be down 2-0 in the damn in the championship series. They brought that upon themselves. Hey, the Cubs had a freaking Billy Goat for like 60 years, man. 70 years. So I think at the very least, the damn Brewers should have the curse of the L flag for at least a few years. Show how that feels. I moved on from the Indians, but the Guardians still sounds weird. I hate the I hate the Guardians. It's just so stupid. This whole getting rid of the Redskins, getting rid of the Atlanta Braves Tomahawk, getting rid of the Cleveland Indians. I mean, just stupid. My high school, we were the Lane Tech Indians. If I go back there one day and we're like the Lane Tech Protractors or so stupid, I don't know, man. I'm going to be freaking furious. Lang Tech in Chicago, I mean, it's one of the top rated intellectual high schools out there, of course, but they have every sport known to man: baseball, softball, football, uh, basketball, volleyball, swimming, golf, wrestling. Okay. And Lane Tech was like a number one in the city in like every single sport every year. So it just shows you they're not just an intellectual high school, but they're like highly, they're like top notch athletically as well. So Lane Tech is like one of those truly outstanding high schools for anyone to go to. It's something that you got to test into. You just can't just go there because it's your local neighborhood high school. You have to test in and actually pass the test to be to be welcomed into the group, so to speak. But I hate the Guardians. I just think it's so stupid. Like they will always be Cleveland Indians to me. I think the Brewers have only scored 2 more runs than I have, and they played 18 mornings. And that is awesome. I was actually rooting for the Brewers in the NLCS, but then they want to play that bullshit, and I'm like, oh hell no, go f yourselves. You want to play stupid games? Guess what? You're seeking the revenge of freaking history. History didn't like that a guy got kicked out because he couldn't bring his freaking goat into the Wrigley Field. History is showing you what it means to play those petty ass childish games. Kind of excited to catch my first Blackhawks game on HBO Max tonight. Even when they started winning, I still couldn't get into hockey. Never could. Never my sport. First game this year, they're not good enough to get me to pay for that new streaming network. Too many apps now. You have to get to watch sport. I thought when I bought the freaking AT&T Dish network, what the hell it's called, I thought we had access to all of the streaming services or access to all the sports services. Nope, you still got to get MLB, the MLB package or Marquee Network package. I'm like, what the hell was the point of switching businesses, going from Spectrum to AT&T with the Dish? So stupid. And it's not even a Dish. It's a freaking app. It's an app on your TV. They don't even have a Dish anymore. I would like to collect all the retros too, but I got to draw a line as I'm down with LJ and Style first. So I go for everything. So that's why it's really hard as a collector, financially straining. Luckily, LGN, they only have like 2 companies, right? Latoonie and Big Rubber Guys are really only where it's at. But when you get to like Hasbro style, there's like 20,000 companies that are making figures, and they're all making the exact same figures over and over again. So it's infuriating. Even if you have like if Big Rubber Guys comes out with Series 2 Demolition, and then they come out with Series 12 Demolition, you already have a Demolition Series 2. You don't need a Demolition again in Series 12. The reason they did that, it's very simple. It was a monetary decision. These figures that you had back in Series 2 are what you were selling $50, are selling on eBay for $400 now. So you want to come out with a Series 12 re-release Demolition. Luckily, they add Crush to the release. It's not just a 2-pack, but a 3-pack of releases. Also, you change the pose slightly. So you do make them brand new figures, which is awesome. But what's the same thing? You're probably going to look at these on eBay in a few months, and they're probably going to be back to like $400 a pop. So if you didn't get the figures off of the major Bendy's website when the time came, you're probably going to be SOL. I mentioned I bought 3 of them this time. 1 to open, 1 for carding, 1 for resale. But unlike other stuff that I buy a bunch of, either accidentally or in a case of like Grapples and Gimmicks where I hit back and just get double up, triple up the figure, whatever. I'm not just looking at reselling just to, hey, this guy reached out to me. He's interested. I'll give you what I paid into it. Now, this one I want to hold on to because I feel like it's going to be extra money and value in the future. $50 a piece. If they go back to $200 a pop, I don't want to lose that profit, right? I intentionally bought a third one for that in hopes that that's the case. Now, 6 months down the road, a year down the road, we find out that these are no more than $50 figures. I'm going to offer it to one of my buyers or one of my viewers. Hey, you want this figure? It's yours. Just pay the bare minimum that what I paid into it. You're good. So, but I'm really hoping that there is some kind of monetary increase in value with those respective figures, just like Series 2. Those are really the only ones I'm like super excited about in that regard. I would pay good money monthly for one channel to stream baseball, football, hockey, and college football, but they make more money piecing out. And that's another freaking issue. Like you got the MLB network, you're paying what, $20, $30? Is that monthly? And if you're a multiple sports fan, like luckily for me, I'm only baseball. So like I only care about one sport. But let's say I was a sports fan in general. And I watched the Chicago Fire. And I watched the Chicago Wolves. And I watched the Chicago Blackhawks. And I watched the Chicago Bulls and the Cubs and the White Sox. God damn, there are a lot of Chicago teams. Did I say Bears? I'm pretty sure I said Bears. But all those freaking sports teams, man, like even the Wolves, man, they're like what? The minor league hockey team of Chicago. At least they were when I was a kid. I don't know if they're still around today. I would assume so. But imagine having to pay $30 a month on each of those. You're up to like $210, $240 in just to watch freaking games you could have watched on TV for free. Growing up, WGN was like all Bulls games, all Cubs games, all White Sox games. So occasionally White Sox would air on like FSN, Fox Sports Net or something. And the Cubs were WGN. But even White Sox aired on WGN. Now you're telling me WGN doesn't exist anymore or that you can't watch them for free on WGN. You got to watch them on a marquee network and you got to pay $50 to $100 a month for that. What a ripoff. What a freaking scam. Technology is supposed to make things better for our daily lives, right? And it's just making things harder and harder with all this crap that's going on. If the Cubs actually had a good postseason, I was considering potentially investing in the marquee network or something that way I could watch Cubs games every day next year. At this point, I don't feel any different about them this year going into the next season. I just feel like it's not enough effort or something. And who knows what? And I hear that Trent Grisham is going to be their off-season. That's who they're going for to replace Kyle Tucker. Do I want Kyle Tucker for $400 freaking million? Get the hell out of here. This guy was a 266 hitter, 22 home runs, and 73 RBIs. This is supposed to be one of the most prolific power hitters in the game. And you say, oh, well, he missed time. Big whoop. He played 136 out of 162 games. About 125 games plus gives you basically a full season's worth. If he's a 22 home run, 73, he's basically an Ian Happ. You're telling me you're going to pay $40 million a year for an Ian Happ type? No. At least Ian Happ is a goddamn Gold Glover. What you think that freaking Kyle Tucker is going to win the Gold Glove in the outfield? No, of course not. If he wants to come back for like a 3-year, $30 million deal, $10 million a year or something, okay, we could talk. If he thinks he's going to get $20 million plus with that type of performance, but Trent Grisham for the Yankees put up 34 home runs, playing in that shallow right field in Yankee Stadium. I could probably hit a home run out there. So his previous career high being a 17 homer season for the Padres a few years back. And that's the guy that you're going to use to replace freaking Kyle Tucker. If Kyle Tucker does not get re-signed, Owen Casey needs to be brought up. He needs to get a full-time role. I'm sorry, there's nobody out there that I feel like can do a better job than Owen Casey. So, and do any of these guys bring joy? Does Shota? Does I don't know who the hell was our catcher, man? Carson Kelly played the entire season, but like, is he and Reese McGuire going to return? Or are they going to trade freaking? I keep calling Albert Almora Jr., but Almora is a center fielder. I forgot our goddamn catcher's name. That's how little I've seen him play this season. But he was doing fantastic when he was healthy. Shit, what the hell was his name? Goddamn. It'll come to me. I'll watch this live stream later on, and I'll be sober, and I'll be like, you dumbass. His name is this. Like, WWE finally figured it out. I think WWE is going to, like, Netflix or trying to get a lot of their matches through Netflix, and it's pissing a lot of fans off. I need to stop that crap. $100% L, and too many damn ads as well. Hey, Ross, was that at me, guy? No, but I feel like my live streams, like I've talked about this already, but my live streams I feel like are the only thing that actually gets value. I didn't bring up the figure. I should have. My Jimmy Hart original San Francisco dark skin figure, and some guys were telling me that they should say Hulk down the side instead of Hogan, or maybe it was vice versa. So it could be a custom. I'm like, okay, whatevs. It's still the video. It still serves value for the intended purpose, was to kind of show off the dark skin Jimmy Hart. Among my videos, that is the only one that's tearing it up. The last time I checked, that one was at like 15,300 views. And I'm like, I need to take this figure and make it a regular video, because I'm not getting paid for shorts, right? And my regular videos don't get enough views in order to get monetized. So my live shows that are going 2 hours long, 3 hours long, 4 hours long, 5 hours long, what's being included in those live streams? Ads. So for this 4-hour live stream, I might earn 39 cents on that live stream. And I think I talked about this the last time, maybe last Saturday. I now understand why people are bitching about not making money on YouTube or whatever, because like the complaint was, this is their work. They're doing 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours doing this live stream, and they're earning like $4, $2, whatever. But I'm like, dude, stop bitching. That's you're earning money, and that's important. Hello, baby.
Hello. Checking in. You okay?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right.
I got plenty of drink. You going to bed now?
No.
Cool. I'll probably be down like around 4 hours or so.
I bought this carpet spray for the flea problem that the babies brought in, because I found a live flea on Cubby. And even after I gave her the Revolution, it seems like it's been, the fleas are not dying off like they should be. So,
do they not need to be bathed or something?
I'm thinking of taking all 4 of them in and getting them injections, so that it's every 6 months they get an injection to ward off fleas and shit. But while I'm gone with all 4 of them at the vet, you stay home and spray the fuck out of the house with the spray that I bought. Basically all the carpets and blankets and
I don't think you'll be able to take all 4 cats in by yourself.
I will call them and I will ask them to help me when I'm there.
The injections are easier than a bath? Cool.
More effective too.
Cool.
You want to give them a bath? Because that's what we would have to do right now.
Well, the kittens, I don't think will have any issues with that. It's just the other, well, shoot, the other 2 won't really bitch that much that either. They'll try and jump out, but they won't really
Cubby
complain.
Cubby's strong, and I don't want her to fight me. She's a strong bitch.
I gotta use the bathroom. Do you want to come over here and talk to my viewers while I go use the bathroom?
Not really, but I will.
Seriously? I want to see if I'm gonna scroll down all the way, see if my viewers are interested.
Hi, Cubby.
Kind of wacky. That works. Netflix is a tech company that streams. Seems like an easy guest on the show. Waddy's better half. You want to talk to the viewers while I go? Have at it. Talk about something funny. Talk about something embarrassing about me.
Like what?
I don't know. Talk about the time I ran you over with my car.
Yeah, no.
Tell that story. It's hilarious.
Hello. Cat. So I never sit in on these. What exactly does he talk about? Yeah, I got this for free when I went to a game. It was I got invited to a game, so I didn't spend any money on it. His collection is impressive. I just wish he wouldn't spill it into other areas of the house.
So what happened with the plumbers when they were here?
He put a new valve in the toilet and then he left.
That's it?
Yeah, I think that's all that was required.
Is it working without issues?
It should be.
Did you tell any stories?
I didn't have time.
You want to come back and tell that story?
Maybe later.
Come on, my people want to know now.
They want to know what?
They want to know how I ran you over with the car.
You tell them how you ran me over with the car.
All right. So while she's still here, I'm still going to have to scroll back up a million messages to reach out to the rest of you guys. But all right. So it's winter time, right? I'm not the best storyteller, so bear with me. It's winter time, and it's probably had to be like 2018 because I was working for Manta or for like, how are they called?
Lockheed Martin.
No, Raytheon. God damn it. The company I left Texas to come work for here in Kentucky. Shoot. So you guys know my driveway. It's like on a downward hill, right? So it's on a downward hill, and it kind of curves behind the house where I have the two doors for the garage. And, of course, my basement's above ground, so I, have that door as well, right? Well, one day, the freaking whole driveway is iced over, and I can't get my damn SUV up the damn hill. So my wife, she comes out, she helps me. We lay down some wood, and I'm trying to drive over this sucker. While she's walking her little behind, her cute little butt down the hill, she slips and falls down.
Not funny.
It's kind of funny. So I'm inside the car, right? And I push that button. Down comes the window. Duck out my head. You all right? To this day, she keeps telling people that I ran her over with my car, which is completely inaccurate.
You didn't stop the car until you were over my head.
Again, stop with the exaggeration. That is exactly what happened, okay? Like, she slipped and fell, and she was mad at me that I didn't come jumping out of the car. Oh, my God, baby, are you okay? Okay, oh, my God. No, she was mad at me. She's just mad at me that I all right. So
yeah, God forbid you get out of the fucking nice warm car and into the cold. Check on your wife.
So to this day, whenever she tells this story, oh damn, my husband ran me over. He's such an asshole. Even though technically all that she did was she slipped on some ice and I asked her if she was okay. That was literally the brunt of it. But it's all like, oh yeah, I ran her over. Like I drove over her. I drove over the front wheels. I went, came back to the second wheel. She doesn't appreciate true true storytelling. You know, she stays in here. She's the only one that sleeps on my bed. Hello, Cubby baby. Oh God, that's hard. That's too much. All right. So I am going to start off on this bottom half before I go work my way back up. Cowboys glass, mostly stocks. What do you think of his collection? I think his collection is awesome. I know we're talking about me, but I'm kind of stupid right now. Favorite Victorian novels? New Phil Valve. Hawks 1-0. I'm just kind of going through these comments one at a time. At the St. Louis Blues. What is this? UC? What is UC? 1-1 already? Makes me feel like a Cubs game, right? You score, the other opposition puts that and then some on the board. Typo. Yeah, but I got to go back up because I missed a bunch of comments. Scroll. Oh man, I'm way behind. Where did I leave off? Nope, that's not it. Oh, I see another. I see a donation from Americas. Hey, thanks, brother. I'm not even expecting this stuff, but like, it's there. It's like that's so freaking amazing, guys. Like, I am so damn grateful. And I am way freaking behind. I've been scrolling for like 10 minutes, and I still haven't caught up. Hi, Cubby. You staying with me? Did Mama lock you in here? Well, she wants out. All right, she made it. Damn, why am I so far behind? I gotta start doing like every 5 minutes people can leave messages because like I can't keep up with everybody. Oh man, this ain't even funny no more. How far behind I am. Come on, give me something I saw. All right, I think this is where I left off. All right, I think we're good, guys. All right, ads as well. I think I talked about my YouTube ads, which I kind of laughed at. I'm going to be doing some toy hunting as soon as those LGNs still hitting Target. Hopefully they'll all be available at Target and there won't be like this big mass of like what the hell is his name? The damn YouTuber, Jesus Christ. I will blame the alcohol because I can't remember the names now. I remember Dusty and Cena and Hogan. That's about it. Logan Paul. That's his freaking name. Logan Paul. Freaking YouTuber who's worth like billions of dollars, man. And I don't even know if I'm even exaggerating. I know freaking like Mr. Beast is worth like billions. But I heard Logan Paul was worth billions too. I'm like, he's got that kind of following. He's got that kind of pull. But like his brother took on freaking Mike Tyson. Like, what kind of crazy shit is that? I think I'll skip the vast majority of articulated figures like the Mattel Elites, Ultimates. Probably only some CM Punks going forward. I think after that damn CM Punk from Zombie Sailors, I'm pretty much done with that figure or that character. One freaking toy line ruined it for everything, I guess. Will I get lucky and find a Hogan? Hey, like I said, man, like if not, reach out to me. I think I got extras because I had the same situation happen where I was coming up with an error on my screen, and when I hit the back button, I had to order two more. And I was also asking my wife to hurry up and rush and get and order two sets. So if that doubled up and my wife ordered some as well, that's like six figures, six Hogans coming my way. And you guys know, man, like I'm not gonna sit there like, oh yeah, $125 for the Hogan. No, just pay what I paid for. You're good. The alternative Quang $60 or $56. An alternative Godfather $60 is crazy, and I bought all of them. I may not have all of them loose, but I do have all of those carded, and definitely not worth the money. I don't think Quang. I mean, unless I had a loose figure to actually kind of like compare it to. Like I did a loose review. I did a carded review on the Black Quang, but like the Red Quang, I got it because it was a variant. But I don't think those are going to hold up any value. 2 years from now, do you think you could resell a Quang on eBay? Free shipping, 99-cent auction. You think you're going to sell that for $60? You'll probably get like $30 for it. And that's only because it's like a limited quantity or something. Like I said, when I sold my carded Mark Merrow, perfect bubble, perfect card, looked like it just came off the factory floor. No issues. Sold for $5.50 with $8 shipping on it. There's no reason for that. I lost over $30 buying in that sale. So I'm like, forget it. It's just, I always tell people, do not buy grapples and gimmicks. Do not buy zombie sailors with the thought that you're going to resell these figures for a huge profit. It's not going to happen. A lot of the stuff I ordered extras, they were bought unintentionally. And when I tried reselling them, try to get rid of them, because you can't, resell, send them back to grapples and gimmicks. You can't sell them back to zombie sailors and get a refund. So you're stuck with them, and you're stuck with whatever prices you can resell them for. You're just not going to get your money's worth. They're not that coveted. I think a lot of people still look at these businesses as nothing more than glorified customs, and I think that's a major issue. Those grapples and gimmicks and zombie sailors, 2-pack of Bulldog and wife Diana, the 2-pack of Gage and Cardona, bunch of single figures. I took to this local toy shop. He saw that they were Hasbro style figures. He didn't know anything about grapples and gimmicks. I mean, I don't know how you're in the toy selling business and don't know anything about Hasbro toys and grappling, but he had absolutely zero interest in them. And I think if I were to sell them to him for like $5 a piece, yeah, he probably would have taken them. But like, I'm wanting to get what I paid into them, or at least close to it, right? If you're going to resell this figure in your store for $125, I think I should be able to get $90 for it. I mean, you're still earning a $35 profit. But no, these toy companies, when they buy toys or collections from people, they give you about 30% of its value at best, at absolute best. If you got, I know my buddy Kirk, he had a bunch of vintage '80s GI Joes, and he sold them to this toy company that came to his house, and bought all his figures from him, probably thousands, maybe $10,000 worth of figures. And he got a lot of money from them, and he also got a lot of carded Hasbros that he used as trade. But I feel like if he went back, he probably wouldn't have done it again, because he probably could have earned more off of eBay or something. So, like I said, these companies, they only give you a small portion. And I always say, if you're a reseller or if you're a company and you're going to sell this in your store, it's perfectly fine to want to earn a profit. Just don't try to earn all the profit. If I buy this for $100 and I'm trying to sell it to you for $75, and you think you could sell this in your store for $150, don't come back and offer me $15 for this. It's perfectly fine to get a profit. Just don't get all the profit. If you think you could sell this for $150 in your store, there's no reason why, as a business owner, you can't offer me $100 for this. You could resell it for $150 and still make a $50 profit. You didn't go searching for this, like I would have brought this to you, right? So that's how I feel about these toy stores that want to buy collections and resell them. Like it's a scam. If I buy something on eBay and I know that I want to buy it for the sole purpose of resale, I still pay up, man. There are times I bought figures like I had a mint, absolute mint Doink the Clown. That should have been a $60 to $75 figure for Hasbro wise on eBay. And I forgot what I paid for. I probably paid $40 on auction from the UK. And I tried putting it up for, $60 price tag, $75 price tag, whatever. And, no takers. I put it up on auction, 99 cents, $40, literally a $40 bite now. It's sold within minutes. So I bought it for 40, I sold it for 40. After eBay fees, I technically took a loss. But the point is, I'm always listing my items for what they should be sold for. I'm not like overly dramatic with the prices. I'm not exceeding the prices of what their actual value are. I had this guy reach out to me for on Facebook Marketplace. I had like all 13 Hasbro jumpers in one listing, and I put it up for like $350. And in the hopes that if somebody comes in with an offer, maybe they offer 3.25, or maybe I had it up for 325. I forget, 325 or 350. Let's say 325. So 325 for 13 jumpers. And if someone come with an offer like 275, $300, I'd probably take it. But he looked at me like when he actually had the audacity to say that I was overpricing the items or that they were waiting. I'm like, dude, you're insane. All right, let's break this down. A Series 7 Kamala on eBay sells for around $50 to $75. That to me should be like a $30 figure, maybe $25. But on eBay, it's going for $50 to $75 for a good piece. All right. Series 5 Cowboy Macho Man. Depending on condition, that could be anywhere between $25 to $40 easy. Then we've got Head Shrinkers. I look at the tag team set as a $40 set. If I were reselling, that would be my resale value. But I don't just go to these toy shows. I don't just go to these next door neighbor having a yard sale or a garage sale and buy them for $1, right? I'm paying eBay prices. So when I buy this stuff for my collection, so I can have more things for resale for my inventory, I'm paying eBay prices. So that set of head shrinkers are like $75 to $150 figures on eBay. So look at what I say. 3 figures, four figures, head shrinkers, Macho Man, Kamala. So 25, let's say Kamala was 40, 65. Let's say the head shrinkers are $80. So you're about $145. And that's like minuscule prices in comparison, right? $145, that's 4 figures. You still got 9 figures from that bundle. And this guy was like, oh yeah, your bundle's worth about $60. I'm like, I want to slap you in the goddamn face. Have you paid any attention to Facebook? Have you paid any attention to eBay? Have you paid any attention to Mercari? Where in the universe are you getting this bundle of 13 figures is worth $60 or less? So, like I said, this is not a legitimate buyer. This is somebody who wants to buy the set so he could resell them for a fortune. So that $325 price tag I had listed on the 13 jumpers, all 13 jumpers from the line, that's actually fair Because if you were to break these figures down individually on eBay, shipping, taxes, purchase price, you're probably going to spend closer to $500 than you would that 3.25 that I have listed. So, no, I mean, this just tells me that people are just trying to screw you over big time, and my prices are fair. I don't think I've ever had a single buyer ever buy from me and say, this guy overcharges. You look at my feedback, it says fair value for the purchase. There's reason for that because I charge what it should be, it should be selling for. That $325 bundle, I paid all this money through eBay to buy them, put them in one specific bundle so that buyers or collectors can have this particular set for their collection. You want all of the arm slamming motion figures, all of them can be found in one bundle. You want all the jumpers, can be found in one bundle. You want all the figures that come with right extended arm or even the dual extended arms, right? All in one bundle. I've created those bundles specifically for these purposes. You want all of Series 1 figures? You got it. You want all Series 1 figures with accessories? I got another bundle for that. Series 2, Series 3, etc. I create these bundles for the buyers to help them out and to give them the best value possible. So I got that Facebook message. Oh, I'm gonna pass. Your stuff is overpriced. I'm like, you're freaking crazy, dude. Let's be honest. We know who you are. You're a reseller trying to buy for cheap so you can resell for a fortune. That Kamala figure alone was worth more than the $60 you were offering me. I'm like, stupid. And I try to break it down for him to help him out, like educate him a little bit. Let him know about certain figures and, the price tags associated with that bundle. He made it seem like I was a crazy person. I'm like, okay, whatever. I've only been doing this professionally and whatever and otherwise for like the last 4 years. But hey, what do I know about the value of these figures on the open market? Anyways, guys, I'm sorry. I'm going to move on. I think we looked at that crazy part about the Quang figures. Probably not. You get any of those Target LJNs on pre-order, I think you can still get Paul. Logan Paul. I'm telling you, man, Logan Paul. I think Logan Paul is going to become like the next big it figure for like Mattel LJN superstar collectors. 20 years from now, Logan Paul is going to be the Dusty Rhodes of Hasbro. That's going to be like a $1,500 to $2,500 figure because nobody wants that darn thing. So, like, who's buying it? Nobody, right? And when the time comes, very few people are going to have that character on hand. And that's going to be a $2,500 figure. Just wait. So when people say, no, I'm passing, I'm like, great. Please, for love of God, please continue to pass. The last thing I want to do is see other people buy that figure and bring down the value. Yeah, that makes sense. But hey, if Target comes out one day and they're selling those figures for $5 freaking, you better believe I'm going to buy those suckers out. I mean, would I do that? Maybe. But at the same time, if I bought 20 Logan Paul figures and I bought 5 of them, bought them at $5 a piece, would I be charging $200 to my buyers for them? No, of course not. If somebody reached out to me directly off of YouTube, yeah, they're going to get it for that purchase price. But if somebody reached out to me on eBay, hey, I see you got this listed for $50. Would you take 25? Yeah, that's a $20 profit, dude. That's huge. I know a lot of companies don't look at it like that, but shit, $20 to me is a world of difference. I think they'll make a lot more LJNs available at Target, and hopefully, man, I want to go to the store and actually see that. I want to see the LJNs on the actual pegs, and right. I will pass on Paul. I'm telling you, man, do not pass on Logan Paul. I mean, it's only a $25 figure, and I feel like that thing is going to be worth more. And if it's not, you keep it carded. You have another. You have the complete set. Just look at it that way. At the end of the day, I think Logan Paul has one of the better design figures. The look of it is great. The play pose I think is pretty decent. So I really like the Logan Paul. I think it's actually one of the best because Hulk Hogan is this, right? Yeah, I mean he's just the original LJ and Hulk Hogan. You're not gonna pass that Hogan. It's just a premier figure. But I think Logan Paul play wise is one of the better figures. So, and then they did that because they want to advertise to the younger YouTube crowd who follows Logan Paul, who follows KSI, who follows Mr. Beast, and their lunchly line and anything that's their those three guys related. What I think Mattel really screwed up is it's not 10 year olds and 12 and 14-year olds that are buying the freaking Logan Paul Superstars LJN figure. It's grown adults 35 to 55 that are buying that crap because that's stuff that we grew up with as kids. Again, I didn't have LJNs as a kid, but I still kind of put myself in that bracket because that was the era I was born, right? So 85, right at the end of Series 1, early Series 2 of LJNs. I may not have grew up with LJNs, but among my collections, the LJN line is my favorite to collect. Hasbro's will always be one of our favorite, but not even Hasbro's can match up to the value I think of an LJN figure. I had 3 of the 4 pre-orders, only missing Hogan. Then lucked out last week buying coffee at Target online, and there was 1 or 2 Hogans back up and available for pre-order online, so I finally got one. That's awesome, man. Like I said, hoard those suckers. If I got more than I ordered, that I originally thought I ordered, I don't know. Do I even want to? Here's the thing, guys. Let's say my wife gets 2 figures that she ordered. Let's say that went through, and if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. But I think I may have gotten 4 figures, not 2. And let's say, okay, we got 6 Hogans in. We already have an LG and Hogan loose. Do I honestly have to open that second card? And if that's the case, let's say I do open it. Okay, loose Hogan, carded Hogan, got it. 4 Hogans remaining. I'm going to want to keep at least 1 Hogan for future reference because I feel like I'm not even thinking 10 years down the road. I'm not even thinking 20 years down the road. I'm thinking like 2 to 6 months down the road. That Hogan is going to be worth hundreds of dollars. You bought it for 25. I feel like it could be worth 250 within a matter of months. I feel like the first few months it probably won't sell at all, and a lot of people are going to downgrade their prices. But I feel like by month 2.5, 3, month 3, that figure's got to skyrocket in price. So you're going to go from like $50 purchases to like $250 purchases. And if I say, okay, I'm going to hold on to 3 of them and I got 3 left over for you guys, right? $25 shipping. I don't know. What is shipping? $10, something like that. $35, it's yours. I don't have to earn all the money in the world on those, and if I could help out my viewers, you guys already benefit me by watching my videos, by subscribing, by commenting, by liking my videos, right? Helping the algorithm. So I'm not going to screw anybody over by charging them extra. That's stupid. Now, is there occasions where I'm like, hey, this is still business for me. I have to earn profit on it. So if I'm reselling these Hasbros and I've got a Hasbro Macho King Series 2 with Crown and Scepter, hey, I see you got the price tag of $35. Would you take $15? No, I got to be reasonable, right? Because I am a reseller. This is my business. This is how I earn my money nowadays. Like I might say, hey, because you're a viewer of mine, I might go down to 25, but $15. I mean, $15 is almost what I want for the figure alone, let alone the 2 accessories. I mean, even if they're custom accessories, even custom accessories with a crown and scepter for Macho King it has value. So, I mean, even with customs, that still makes it a $35-$40 figure. I currently have a Macho King up on eBay, and I just did a $25 starting bid. I had been putting things up for weeks for 99 cents, and I'm like, all my stuff is selling for less than what I paid, like severely less. Like I might pay $10 for this Virgil and it's sold for like $5.50, or the $10 for this IRS I paid $5.50 and it sold for $5.50. Mountie I might have paid $12.50, but I sold it for like $3.50. That type of scenarios. I'm like, it's not worth it. So let me just start putting some actual prices. Like here's this Macho King with Crown and Scepter. It may be custom. It still holds value. Here's a $25 bid with a $35 buy it now or a $40 buy it now. So, that's fine. Like today, I listed a few more Hasbros with accessories. I found out that the $1 Million Man that I had, it was a regular Series 1 $1 Million belt, right? I went downstairs to my game room, display room, whatever the hell you want to call it. And I looked at the loose figures that I had sitting in the protective cases, hanging up on that side of the shelf, right, with all the accessories. I looked at the $1 Million Man Series 1, and I realized this was a nine-notch $1 million belt. This is not a Series 1 belt. This is a Series 2 belt. What the hell? Put it back up. Series 9 $1 Million Man. I also put a championship belt on it, even though it didn't come with one. I looked at it. This is a 9-notch belt. This is a green $1 Million Man belt. This is not a Series 1. Like, what the hell? Put it back up there. Walked over to my display case with all of my loose Hasbros. Picked up a Series 1 Series 1 $1 Million Man. Another 9-notch belt. I'm like, wow. I had no idea I had that many Series 2 belts. Remember, Series 1 black suit $1 Million Man, I think the notches on the belt is like 6. So 6 notches on the belt is a $1 Million Man Series 1 belt. 9 notches is a Series 2 green belt. So I had to swap that belt out with the one I had that I was going to sell. And I'm like, you know what? I took the 6 notch. I put it on the black one that I had in part of my personal collection. I put the 9-notch belt on Series 5 Virgil. Took off the little custom belt that was on him. Called it a day. Took that Series 1 $1 Million Man, put it in my ring with the figures I plan on keeping, duplicates, whatever. I don't know if I'm ever going to do a individual wrestling match, right? Like I have this whole LJN ring with cage, and inside that ring I got a bunch of LJNs duplicates that I keep because those are some of my favorite LJN figures. And if I ever create my own wrestling matches, if I just say, hey, you know what? I want to be a kid right now. I want to pull these figures out and I want to do a wrestling match. Those are my favorite figures. Those are the ones I want to keep. On my blue table, teal green table that I have in my basement, I have 2 rings. I have the AW Remco ring. I have the Hasbro ring. And I have all these Hasbro figures in this ring. And in this ring, I got a bunch of Galoob Series 1, Series 2 figures. I got a bunch of Hasbro figures, maybe a couple of Mattel Retros. Those are some of my favorite figures from those lines. So I'm like, if I ever want to have a match, if I decide I want to be a kid again, I just want to play wrestling or something, those are the go-to figures for that particular respective reason, right? But I already had a Series 9 $1 million man, so I really didn't need a Series 1, but I put him in there. I'm instead of selling him, I'm like, I'll keep him here and we'll call it a day. Because originally I was going to end up selling that black suit $1 million man with 6 notches on my eBay. Luckily, I checked my figures to make sure that I had the right belt, and it wasn't the right belt. Like I said, Series 2 on a Series 1. But the Series 2 9-notch belt for $1 million man for Hasbro is like crazy freaking expensive. Not crazy. We're not talking $100. We're talking like $30, maybe 20. But you could definitely find a Series 1 more often than a Series 2 belt, $1 million belt. So it was pretty nice to have to look at that and realize, man, I have so many more belts than I gave credit for. Ugh. If you do jump on my Matt Watts 6 eBay account, not all of them, but a good chunk of figures that came with accessories, I do have listed right now. Pay attention to the description because something like Jake Roberts and the snake, for example, you could tell that's a original snake, and that's gonna say so in the comments. If it's like a Mountie with shock stick, like the Mountie has a broken shock stick, and it's a custom, I think. So I'm gonna mention that in the comments. So if you want a honky tonk man with guitar, maybe the guitar I'm listed is a custom. So again, pay attention to the comments because the description will tell you everything you need to know about that particular figure. But I just kind of talk about that because $1 million man belt I ended up keeping for my personal collection. Damn, are we on 3 hours and 31 minutes already? That is fantastic. I love doing live streams at 7 p.m. because it's like almost 4 hours later and we're barely at 11 o'clock. So that's pretty awesome. Thank the Lord for coffee. Yeah, with the Fly the L buying the coffee. Hell yeah. As far as I know, they didn't announce Hogan was available again. Just dumb luck on my part. I had been checking once or twice a day until then. Shoot, man, you're doing more than me. If we're being honest, man, like whenever someone like off of Facebook says, "Hey guys, jump on Target right now. Hulk Hogan is up for sale," or Dusty Rhodes is up for sale, that's when I go in and try to get more of those. I think I kind of messed up because I bought 2 of everything, right? But Dusty Rhodes comes on a blue card and a black card. I think John Cena comes on a blue card and black card. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Logan Paul also comes on blue and black card. If I only bought 2, let's say I get both. I bought 2 and they send me a blue card and black card of each one. I will not open those figures. I will keep them closed as they are. That means I got to go out and buy a third one because I want to open something. Also, what about the black card? I mean, does the black card have a different poster than the blue card? Or are they the exact same poster? Does that mean I have to open up 4 figures just so that I can get 2 posters taken out of them? This is how my mind works. I'm always thinking about every intricate detail of pretty much anything I buy, right? So let's say I get Logan Paul. I get 2 Logan Paul on blue cards. Well, that's easy. I keep one card and I open up the other one. I have that poster I can put into my little notebook, and I have the figure that I can display loose. Great. But if I get 2 Logan Pauls and they're on black card and blue card, No loose figures. And I refuse to go on eBay and spend more than $25 for a figure when I know they're only selling for $25. The thing is, I don't think Logan Paul will actually sell for a ton of money, right? So you buy him for $25 on Target.com, you could probably go back there and buy him again, and it'll still be $25. Wow. I don't know how you guys are feeling, but like, do I sound like I'm making any sense to you guys? I don't know if my speech has really impeded that much that you guys are having a hard time understanding me. Hopefully you are. You can still understand me pretty well. But my mind is like all over the place, guys. So I just want to go through these comments because I want to make sure I answer all of your questions. Hogan. I think a lot of Hogans will go out the back door. I think we talked about that already. Good night, Waddy. Good night, everybody. Hey, Dwayne, have a good night, buddy. I will be talking to you on Monday, man. I hope they redo all the... God dang it, go away. I hope... Where is that at? I hope they redo all the black card figures. I don't know. I'm just talking crap here now. Black cards. So we already know. Original figures, LJNs, Just Toys, Bendoms, these bootleg figures with the what are they called? What the hell are the bootlegs called? Sun Gold. It could be a bootleg figure, and it could be a black card compared to a blue card. That black card, Sun Gold, Big John Studd, or Hulk Hogan is like a $200 figure. That blue card, Sun Gold figure, is like a $50 figure. I'm like, these were $1 back in the day. These were a freaking buck at a dollar store. And you have the audacity to charge people $50 for this crap. How about this seller over here having a black card, Sun Gold, Big John Studd, or Hulk Hogan, or Iron Sheik, and he wants to charge $200 a piece because they are on black card. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Black cards are always going to have more value than any other card scheme. Then you got that blue card, guess what? It's not as valuable. Latoonie, you look at black card LJN style of axe versus the blue card, I promise you, that black card is going to have so much more value, even though he has the red face, the same exact as LJN. It's still going to be more valuable than that blue card that has the gray face and has a completely different figure than the red face that you see in Latoonie, that you see in LJN. Black cards are value. That's why I want to show, like, have my own line with their own specific black cards, because I want those specialty releases, right? And when I look at these figures, Logan Paul and Dustin Rhodes, or Dustin, who was it? Dusty Rhodes, not Dustin, Dusty Rhodes, and John Cena having black card. You know, all those guys are going to be worth so much more money with the black cards variants compared to the blue cards. And I'm just waiting for that stuff to be received and listed on eBay, because I want to see what those people are listing those figures for. I have a feeling Hogan black card, if it exists, I don't think so. I think Hogan was only blue card. I could be wrong. But if there is a black card variant of Hogan, that son of a bitch is going to go for like $350. Watch. Mark my words. Now, mind you, if I do have as many figures coming in as I think I do, Why is it I always forget? Every live stream, I'm like, okay, I'm talking about the Mattel Superstars, LGN style figures, and let me go back and look at my Target.com or look at my AOL and look at my recent purchases. I keep forgetting. Like, I don't think about it until the live stream, and then I'm like, oh, damn, I was supposed to do that, wasn't I? Because that's going to tell me whether or not I ordered 2 figures or 4 figures. I think my wife's order went through, so technically, if I only ordered 2, I got 2. My wife has 2, so technically, those 2 are for her, and she can resell those on her own. And the 2 figures that I ordered will be my personal collection. But I could see a black card Hogan, if that's what they came out with, selling for $350 easy, very soon on eBay. I'm sure people will probably take like, they list it for $350 and someone comes with an offer of $175. I'm pretty sure they'll take it. Why wouldn't you? You paid $25 for this figure. You sell it for $175, eBay fees, you're still getting like $130, $140 out of it. So if I was a smart man, I would have went on Target and bought like 30 of those suckers. But I don't want to be that person. In my mind, if I would have done that, I wouldn't be considered a reseller. I would be considered a scalper. And scalpers are not the same as resellers. Scalpers are all about ripping off the buyer. Resellers are about finding value or saving things from being discarded. Like I don't know. Let's say this was a figure from LJN. And you find this at like Goodwill for like $15 and you buy it. You put it on eBay for $75. Again, this is just an example, right? That's reselling. You could say, "Hey, this is a 1980s figure. This is worth this amount of money, etc." Scalping is buying this at a Goodwill for $3 and then it's reselling it for like $375. Ripoff, right? So I hate the resale, what people are classify as reselling as the same as scalping. It's not the same, guys. Especially when you deal with decent people who know the value of products and they don't overcharge you. I'm hoping at some point to get to make enough money in this business where if I go to like Goodwill and buy this for $5 and I sell it for 15 or I sell it for 10, I'm okay with a $5 profit. But a lot of stuff I go to when I go to like the store that sells like all these electronics, right? These Amazon pallet type of stuff. If I buy something for $10, I resell it for 15. They're getting a great deal, and I'm making a $5 profit. Like to me, $5 profit is incredible. Again, I go back to my example. If I buy this for a quarter and I resell it for $1, that's enough for me, right? Because I could buy 4 more of these and resell them for $1 pop and make $4. So there's just so many people that are ripping people off, and I hate that, right? All right, let's see. Oh, Steven says, I think a lot of Hogans will go out of the back door. I don't think so, not for that particular piece. Bum Shadows is gone. I hope they redo all the black cards, figures. Me too, Steven. Me too, buddy. Good night, Bomb. I work from home online, so pretty easy for me to have my personal computer on during day to check. Go. We know we probably won't get a Snuka. Man, I hope not. I I don't know if that's something that's like really interests you or not, but I feel like some characters get amazing figures while others just completely struggle. Rick Rude cannot get a good figure. His LJN and his Hasbro were absolute crap. Jimmy Snuka, his LJN and his Hasbro were absolutely crap. You look at Coco Beware, for example. Coco Beware is a jobber type to me. I mean, not a superstar in my eyes, but he cannot get a bad figure to save his life. Even his Series 3 Hasbro with the fused legs, it was still a good figure. And the Frankie accessory for the bird was incredible. One of the best accessories of the line. So I feel like guys like Coco Beware, Honky Tonk Man, $1 Million Man, Demolition, those guys with their accessories, incredible every time out, no matter what. Then you got guys like Rick Rude, Jimmy Snuka, who just cannot get a good figure. So, will they remake? Hey, what's up, Bubba? Come back here, Fox. Anyways, sorry. If you were to remake Jimmy Snuka the right way, now there is a customizer. I don't know if it's Zashman or if it's Sin Bodhi that's made the LJN figure, but it's or maybe it's Kevin Pelkey. I don't know. It's one of those awesome customizers, right? They made a really fantastic Jimmy Snuka resin figure. And I'm like, if it was something like that, sure, go for it. But imagine if they just went with the same exact pose Jimmy Snuka from LJN. I'd buy it. $25. Buy one carded, buy one loose. Sure. That's me. I'm a fan, I'm a collector. Yeah, I would get it. I wouldn't like it. I still say the original Jimmy Snuka from LJN is probably the number one, in my opinion, worst LJN figure. I used to say Rick Rude. Now Rick Rude's like number 2, number 3 among the worst. So I despise the Jimmy Snuka figure. If they do come out with a new Jimmy Snuka, if it's a better figure, oh, keep having this upchuck with this damn booze. If it was a better figure, sure. But if they're coming out with LJN Hulk Hogan, they're coming out with LJN Ultimate Warrior, they're coming out with LJN King Kong Bundy, and they're giving the exact same fighting pose as the original line, I will buy it, but it's not going to do anything to me financially or preference wise. I will get it simply because it's part of that particular series, because it's part of that particular Mattel Superstars release. That's it. There's this King Kong Bundy custom that I bought, and the original actually customized the figure from my buddy Kirk, not Kirk, I'm sorry, through Eric, wrestling writer on eBay. 2 years ago, I sent a box filled of figures. Among them was a Big John Stud and a King Kong Bundy, right? And King Kong Bundy, or sorry, Big John Stud with the arms out, the same as Sid Vicious Galoob, right? Sid Vicious was my favorite figure growing up. So, in that Big John Stud, my idea was to take the arms off of Big John Stud and put them on King Kong Bundy, so his arms are like so he has a legitimate fighting pose, not this stupid BS that LJ gave him. Never happened. I paid for it. I sent him a shitload of figures, paid for him for all the work. The custom axe figures that were supposed to be repainted, multiple axe figures that I paid for and sent to him, King Kong Bundy, the works, just all these different figures. Giant Gonzalez, Undertaker, Paul Bear, etc. It just never happened. Where are my figures? Whatever, right? Anyways, he was supposed to put the arms of Big John Stud on King Kong Bundy. I thought that was going to make an amazing action figure. So, about a year or so ago, probably I don't know if it was this year or if it was in 2024, but I bought a King Kong Bundy custom off of eBay. And I forgot what the pose is, but I think it's something like this or whatnot, right? I think it's like a SD Jones and maybe a slamming. I don't know. But I asked the question, is this the most perfect LJN figure ever? And I felt like it could have been. 1,000,000% that King Kong Bundy custom could have been the greatest LJN figure ever made. Afterwards, I made my favorite LJN tournament, year 3. Now, when I did a year 3 LJN tournament, I had 320 figures as part of my tournament. All original plus customs, rubber figures plus resin figures, right? That Bundy custom, it made it very far in my tournament. I think it made it to like round 5 out of like round 8. Round 8 obviously would have been like the last 2 figures. That I still said it's potential to be the greatest wrestling LJN figure ever made. It's possible. Now, I call him my buddy Eric, but even when I send him text messages, when I call him on the phone, he doesn't answer. I mean, can we consider each other still friends nowadays? I don't know. I'd like to, but I've been waiting years for product that I paid for and never received. So I want to see a difference of King Kong Bundy. They're coming out with the same Bundy. They're coming out with the same Warrior. They're coming out with the same Hogan release LJN. It's a waste, I feel like. And I've talked about that the Ultimate Warrior, right? Black card. I spent $3,500 on a black card LJN Ultimate Warrior. Now you're telling me you're going to come out with another black card Ultimate Warrior for $25 through Mattel Superstar? I'm like, come on. Now this item that I have that's crazy expensive is basically worthless. So I've had people on this side tell me, you know, don't worry, LJN will always retain its value because it's LJN. It's 1980s. Mattel Superstars, they're just that. They're Mattel. They're 2020s. It doesn't have the same value. So don't worry about losing value of this particular piece. It'll still hold its. I don't know. I'm not sure. If someone gets their black card Ultimate Warrior for $25, you think they still want to shell out $3,000, $4,000, $8,000 for a freaking original LJN? When it's the exact same figure, very well possibly the exact same artwork. Now they may change up the back of the card, and that could help us a lot. But when people say, "Hey, do you think that the Ultimate Warrior black card is gonna change any value?" Yes, me personally, I do think it's gonna affect it greatly. Does other people think it? They don't. But I'd rather be on the side of caution, which says yes, it's going to affect the price immensely. But as far as Snuka, hopefully there's something good that comes out of it. Might be too controversial, maybe. How many of those guys' likeness are still under a license with W? Big question. Too many people saw that episode of Dark Side of the Ring. Well, with Snuka, I haven't seen it, but trust me, I kind of have a feeling I know exactly what you're talking about. Was interesting to fill in the gaps with Darkseid. Always wondered why Snuka, Dino Bravo, Adrian Adonis disappeared back then. Didn't have the internet, and I was just a dumb kid. I think I've only seen one. No, I take it back. I've seen 2 stories. I've seen the Matt Osborne / Matt Bourne Dark Side of the Ring. I think recently, like within the last couple months, I saw the Macho Man and Elizabeth story. That's a show I really should watch more of because that there's a lot of really important history there. But I just haven't found the time to bring it up. I bought a couple new Bow Black cards for my collection. Picked up Rick Rude and Hogan back. So for Hogan, was that Series 1 or is that one of the Series 5 Bow cards? And if it was Series 5, was it red shirt or white shirt? And do they have a difference? Going off of memory, like my two bio cards that I have for Hogan is black card. And you guys know the black card red shirt that I have, I bought it for like $350. If that was original, completely MOC, that red shirt, black card Hogan would have been like $4,000 on eBay. Okay. When I bought it, there was no poster cover, and I don't think there was no poster cover. There was no poster. The bubble was off, so all you had was the Hogan figure, the card, and the bubble. So I just put the Hogan down, put on the bubble, taped it up, called it a day. It works for my respective collection. And like I said, I paid like $300 for it, $350, something like that. 300, 325, 350, somewhere in that range. But if it was completely almost, it would have been like a $4,000 figure. Not for me, right? I can always, at some point, well, not always, but I can go online and find the Hogan poster cover. And I do have a Hogan poster that I can wrap up and put inside there. It may not be in the greatest condition ever, but I can do that. I just wanted it for collection purposes, for like video purposes. So you guys that haven't ever done so, check out my Tuesday shows. Check out the full-on Hasbro reviews that looks at all carded and loose figures and a history of those figures. Look at my Tuesday shows that talks about the LJNs. When we look at it, all carded and loose figures, right? Even the 89 series that didn't finish with random treasure figures. So those videos I highly recommend to any of my new subscribers who haven't checked them out previously. Trying to knock out some of the pricing ones. When it comes to the bio cards, I don't know, man. Like I said, when it comes to Slick and Bossman, I don't even remember where I even got those bio cards. Were they part of an auction? Like some lot of figures I bought? Like Bossman, was I bidding on because I've had multiple big Mossman figures over the course of my life, right? I have the one obviously that I keep loose as part of my main collection. My buddy Rob, he actually fixed the finger on it, so you look at it, you can actually tell the different. It's a custom because the finger was missing. But I think there have been like 2 other Bossman customs that I sent to him that he customized, repainted, and I was able to resell. And I think there's probably 1 or 2 more Bossman figures, LJN, that I sent to him over the last year or 2 that I'm still waiting on to be repainted and sent back to me. One of them was going to be like the black SWAT Bossman, so that's going to be a custom. That's going to be staying with me. The other one should just simply be a strict repaint, touch up that I can resell. But like I said, man, when I sent these stuff to Rob, I mean, we're talking stuff I sent a year ago, year and a half. I'm still waiting on. There's probably like 20 boxes. There's probably like 50 figures per box that I've sent out over the last couple of years. And usually in the past, he was really good to getting back to me like within like a month or so. If I sent 50 figures in one box, 1 month later, bam, I'd have all of them sent back to me. I think my issue was, but I talked to him like with like Eric, for example, a wrestling writer. And I'm like, yeah, man, I've been waiting on these figures for 2 years from this guy. He hasn't sent them back to me. Why would he rush to get these figures back to me in 1 month when I've been waiting on 2 years or a year from this guy, right? So I feel like that's what's happening with a lot of these figures. But at least when I call up Rob and I ask him, questions and stuff, like he'll answer them, right? He's not ignoring me like Eric is. So that's what sucks about the wrestling writer situation, because that was like my number one most go-to, most recommended customizer. But I'm like, dude, you screw people over. Come on, man. You're gonna lose. You're not only you losing their friendship, their business. You're losing their friendship, and friendship to me is important. People to me are important. So when I look at guys like Sin, and this is what you get when you pay for rubber, I'm like, dude, not you're losing my friendship. You're losing my business in the future. Like, what the hell? You know how much good I could have done for you if you've done the right thing and gave me a real figure. Like, I'm looking at this. Like, why the hell does he have black boots? Okay. All this time I'm looking at this. It really never occurred to me this very second. I had to be drunk out of my mind to actually notice this. Whether you're looking at the ACU uniform or the DCU uniform, Desert Camouflage uniform, Army Combat uniform, there are no black boots with these uniforms. They're the brown suede boots. That's what you use for these figures. So this right here is completely inaccurate. And I've been looking at these for months. This one for months. This one for probably the last couple months. That didn't really jump out at me. But even the boots are wrong on these. So frustrated. Because I invested a lot of money into these because I wanted prototypes that I can potentially redistribute for the buyers that are interested. But they're not accurate. They're incorrect. I'm looking at these and they're just making me mad. I'll put them off to the side. He doesn't have my recommendation anymore, which is sad because he had one of my highest recommendations in the past. Talking about this customizer. I'm looking at the figures. They're not right, man. I'm aggravated. I try to keep things as serious as possible. I try to give shout outs where I can, but no. I'm done. Trying to knock out some of the pricey ones. I read that. Do you frame them, put them in a book or binder? If you're talking about the cards, the bio cards, I only have 2 of them, and they sit behind my actual LJNs on my main display case or main display wall. However, there is a seller on eBay. And or not eBay, I'm sorry, Mercari. Facebook. Jesus Christ, I'm all over the place. They sell on Facebook. And I'm trying to look at, like I said, this isn't my main phone, so like I don't know if I even have it on here. Do I have it on here? I don't. Screw it. Do you put them? So, but anyways, I forget the guy's name. Double G. I'm sorry. I gotta look this up because I gotta give you guys accurate information. His name is. Here it is. Greg Kubala. Greg Kubala on Facebook. If you seen his post, he creates all of these amazing LJN posters like Bam Bam Bigelow, Honky Tonk Man, $1 Million Man, Slick, etc. Right? So these guys that came on like black posters, and they came with live action photographs instead of like that blue poster, that blue caricature cartoon style poster. he takes all those characters and he puts them on a blue poster with that cartoon caricature, and it does amazing work. But when I asked him about creating a Maniac Riot Wrestling poster, $125 each. I'm like, dude, $125 for a piece of paper? Come on, guy. Like, let's be serious about this now. Like, I literally went onto Chat GPT, and created my own bone breaking action poster. It took me like 2 minutes. I have printer paper here. I have printer, what do you call those little picture paper, right? I have that here. I could print that out anytime. All right. It took me like 2 minutes to create a bone breaking action poster. With like 30 minutes or less, I could probably create the most pristine poster, LJN poster for this figure imaginable. And it's not going to cost me $125 to do that. I'm trying to sell these figures for $100, and I want to include a poster. You think I'm going to sell a $125 poster? It's not going to happen. Now, with that being said, do I recommend his posters? I don't own any of them, but based on the design, what he's created, I think they're pretty incredible. He has both the posters and he has another binder he created for all the Bible cards. So any interested buyer could definitely pick those up. But like I said, when you're charging $125 for a poster, like, no. Oh, I could do $125 on this poster. If you want additional copies, I could do a $30 for each additional copy. All right, so what you're telling me is the figure's being sold for $100. I want to include a poster. So now that $120 or the $100 figure is now $225 just because it has a little poster. Come on, man. No. I'm not saying don't buy from him. Absolutely not. What I am saying is, for my respective business, for my respective figures, $125 for a poster just is ludicrous. $30 for a subsequent figure. I'm not charging $100 plus an additional $30 just to add in a poster in there. It's not happening, right? I think about you guys. I think about the buyers. Anyone who might be interested in this product. That right there is just sheer stupidity. I mean, will I go on eBay one day or Facebook one day and buy his stuff? Probably. It's possible. Shoot. But like his Bam Bam figure he put together, his Tonky Tonk Man poster, maybe he's only charging $100 for a binder with all the influx of posters. What's up, Cubby? Can I have you? Come here, Cubby. I got the Cubby, baby. She came to come see me. Hey, baby. Hey, baby Cubby. You want to come see me? Why are you breathing so hard? Hey, little baby. My little Cubby bear. I think she's finally getting used to the kittens where she's not always hissing at them. You know, Fox, the kittens will still run up on them and he will still hiss at them. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Here you go, baby. Thank you, Cubby. That's a good baby. Thank you, baby. He's a good baby. Where's you, baby? But the kittens, man, those little suckers, they're mine. But Cubby, I kind of feel like she's my baby too. Ain't that right, Cubby? Hey, none of my other cats come up and say hi to me. Trying to knock out some of the price. I think I passed that already. Do you frame them? Put them in the. I was just old enough to miss Power Rangers. I mean, I was 8 years old when Power Rangers came out. Here's the thing, man. This is embarrassing to say this. When I was 8 years old and I was the appropriate age for Power Rangers, like when I was young, I looked at Power Rangers as being something that was kind of designed for like 4 year olds and 5 year olds, right? So being 8 years old and watching Power Rangers, even though everyone else in the world at 8 years old watched Power Rangers too, like I was ashamed and embarrassed that I watched Power Rangers. I was embarrassed that I collected Power Ranger toys. This stuff right here behind me, this stuff is stuff I acquired, as an adult collector within the last few years. These are all the Lightning collection and stuff like that. This isn't the original 1990s Bandai and stuff like that Power Rangers came out with. I was a huge freaking Power Rangers fanatic. And I was embarrassed to acknowledge that I watched the show, man. And I watched the show. I looked at it like, hey, if you were 12 years old when Buffy the Vampire Slayer came out, let's say it's 50 years later and Buffy the Vampire Slayer is going into season 50 and you're now 62 years old. Are you going to stop watching Buffy because you're 60 years old? No. It's just regular. It's just a TV show, right? So I looked at Power Rangers the same way. Like, hey, I'm a teenager, maybe I'm even in my 20s. Who gives a crap? And I was still watching that freaking show. Why? It's a show that I grew up watching when I was 8 years old, man. It was one of my favorite. For a long time, it was my favorite show ever until Buffy replaced it, of course. And just because you're getting older doesn't mean you necessarily have to stop watching the show. So I was going into my teen years still watching that. Later on, when I hit my 20s, obviously I was on deployment. I was with the Army and everything, basic training, EIT, so I missed a bunch of seasons in between. But once I went back and caught up on those later on, like, because as an 8-year-old, I looked at it as nothing more than a 4 or 5-year-old show, something that you people that watch Barney would watch, right? Not realizing that today I realize, hey, at 8 years old, 10 years old, 12 years old, that's a perfectly fine, acceptable show for a kid to watch. So my Power Ranger collection that I had when I was a kid, I never played with them, right? They were just some I kept in package, others I opened up, I displayed loose. They were never played with when I was a kid because I guess I didn't know how to play with them. One, even though I watched the show and everything, it just felt weird. I just wanted the figures because I watched the show and I enjoyed it. And today I'm like 40 years old and now I'm like, just show this stuff off like it's nothing, right? It's so freaking awkward. Like, why wouldn't I actually be proud of this stuff when I was actually young enough to enjoy it? I'm thinking about a binder that holds like 4 pages, plastic pages that are made for postcards will work. And let me scroll down. Perfectly, I think. Like I said, reach out to that. What's his name? Sorry. Gotta go. Oh, damn. I saw a 3-pack of couplers and gimmicks and I scrolled up and I missed it. Greg Kubala. He has, like I said, he's got binders for both the new posters as well as the actual bio cards. Check that stuff out. I mean, it might be a great buy for you. I figured I might try and buy it, but I don't know what he's charging on that stuff. And I don't feel like doing that. I don't want to put them in binders. All of my posters are picture framed. And yes, I got a million other posters, pretty much duplicates in an actual binder that I bought from a seller in Canada. And it has the tag teams, Strike Force, Killer Bees, Heart Foundation, etc. It also has all the black cards, your Boss Man, your Haku, your Warrior, Andre the Giant, etc. So it was a great buy based on that value, because you think of like maybe the Heart Foundation poster by himself is worth like $400. So you think about the price that I paid, maybe Andre the Giant and Ultimate Warrior, maybe those posters like $300 a piece, $500 a piece. And then you think about the price I paid for them, like freaking steal in comparison. But will I ever sell that individual LJN poster of Ultimate Warrior or Grand Toys? No. What if somebody offered me $500 for right now? That's probably its value, but no. That poster, that's got to stay with me, right? But it's not picture framed. It just stays in the binder that I got from that seller. I actually did a poster review video, and I kind of showed off that binder because it was a lot easier to work with than pulling off all of the picture frames off the shelf, right? So, or off the ledge that I have. But that was a fun video. And that one back in the day a few months back got me a bunch of views. Like that got me like over 1,000 views. So people were interested in the posters, no doubt. What up, my guy? I love your content. Hey, Americas. I always see your responses, man. I always see the comments. I really appreciate it, bud. And I think I saw that you had left a donation earlier in the video as well. Absolutely amazing, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. All right. I do remember trying to get other Happy Meal toys, and even at one point those California raisins from Hardee's. They had a California raisin for Hardee's. I don't know if we had a Hardee's in Chicago. I don't remember one. I know we have a Hardee's here in Kentucky. Was there one in Texas? I want to say yes. I don't know if we ever ate there, though. I'm pretty sure there's a Hardee's in Chicago, man. But growing up, I never heard of Hardee's. I think that was something I first heard about when I was like in the Army. So maybe it is in Texas. I don't know. Bunch of smiley. I see a bunch of smiley faces, seasoned and marinated veteran. That's a good one. Do you look like the Remco figures, or do you like the Remco figures? The thing about AWA Remcos, I didn't have a single one of those as a kid, right? I had the dollar store bootleg versions, and I used those with Hasbros and Galoobs during my wrestling matches or during my Royal Rumbles. I mean, they were like 5.5 to like 4 inches, right? So they're like, that much difference in size, whatever. But they were still serviceable. But the way that the knees kind of kicked out, like, little triangles, right? So I didn't like that. And I hated those figures because I knew Remco was a sort of company that ripped off other companies. I knew they had like their own sort of bootleg figures. I always thought those dollar store figures were Remco's growing up. And when I got into adult collecting in 2021, 2022, I'm like, I'm not interested in Remco's, man. Like, I had those figures. I have no interest in that crap. Then I started buying a few Remco figures loose. What happens when you buy Remco figures loose? You start buying them on card. In 2023, I had this flood in my basement, and a viewer, just a fan of nerd culture, he reached out like, "Hey, do you collect any bootlegs?" Or we were talking about bootleg figures, and at that point, I reached out to Heidi over at what was her eBay page? I forget do I have it saved here? I'm gonna bring it up because you guys probably heard of this particular eBay page. Do I have it saved? Saved sellers. The page is called heart.soul, SOL.2013. And Heidi had just an absolute tonnage of wrestling bootleg figures carded. Because I was buying so many from her, I think I overpriced or overvalued them and paid a whole lot more money for them. But I got a ton of those figures from her. And there was obviously other buyers I had to buy from, of course. But you guys see my wall when you walk down the basement. It is jam-packed bootlegs. And those have become some of my favorite figures. And when I do reviews on those, absolutely. History. Just like Hasbro's and Galoob figures. Those figures are history for me as well. So, all right. I've never really been into Remco's, though. Do superstars count? And I gotta ask the same damn question. Like, do the Mattel superstars Remco style figures count? Because if so, we got Mattel superstars, right? We've got the ringside collectibles bell to bell figures. We have the original AWA Remco figures. This Power Town, if or when they ever get their stuff released, I mean that's gonna fall in line. So, what about the International Wrestling Championship Maniac figures? I mean those fall in line with it the same way, right? All the bootleg figures, those got to fall in line with them as well. So there are, even if you don't consider them to be Remco in the traditional sense, they're still Remco style figures. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. I have to run to the bathroom though. I'll be back in just a moment. All right. Turn that light off. Door closed. All right, folks. All right. I think I lost all my viewers. Sorry. Been into Remco. Are those Remco style? You collect these superstars close enough. I got the Dusty and Cody Rhodes and Rock 2-packs recently from Mattel Creations. I was thinking about the Mattel Creations 2-pack of The Rock and Domination Rock, whatever it was, but I don't like that line. I know it's weird as hell for me to say that, given the fact that I have like every single figure or close to it, right? But like Mattel Superstars, like it is what it is. But like I'm not like overly ecstatic about that line. I used to think they were great, and there was a strong possibility that they were going to take over as my number 3 favorite toy line. And then I started getting packages, duplicates that I opened up, and I'm like, this is it. This sucks. I mean, these are like, you look at the arms and the hands; they're not Remco. They're the Just Toy or the Sun Gold bootleg figures. That's what they are. With the arms and hands. Look at the hands at the Sun Gold figures. Look at the hands of Remco. There's a sheer difference, right? And that's what the WWE Mattel Superstars are. Also, the fact that they've been selling on, Facebook, or not Facebook, Walmart for like $15. You pre-order $15. Oh, 3 months later, we're sold out. Order cancel. Like, what the hell? You know how many times that shit happened? How many times that happened to me over the first, several months of those lines being out? It was so infuriating. So now the only way I ever buy them is off of eBay, and you're paying scalper prices. This is a $15 figure from Walmart, and you're now paying $50 for it. $40. I'm like, come on, why? If you paid $15 for this figure and you resold it for $22, you made a profit. It may only be a few dollars, but it's profit nonetheless. There's no reason you should be charging $35 to $50 for something you paid $15 on. Infuriating. So there are a few variants, like there's 2 Muta variants, there's 2 Jake Roberts variants that I'm missing for those respective series. I think I may have one Muta on auction for like $30-something, $31. But the other one and the 2 Jake Roberts, I mean, come on. $50 for one, probably $100, $120 for the other. I'm like, get the hell out of here. They're okay figures, right? They're okay for collecting purposes, but they're nothing special, guys. They're nothing special. And I was watching New Age Revolution today, and he was talking about some new figures he went on auction. Like, he put in like a max bid of like $21 for an Andre the Giant Mattel Superstars, or he won like an auction for like this Spydor box set with figure inside for like $10. Original 1980s He-Man figure. Shipping was like $13. So with taxes, he probably paid all in $27-$30 for it. I looked at it, I'm like, that's pretty amazing. But here's the thing, though. I don't want to operate like that, right? If I want this figure and I see this figure online and it's still $50, I want to buy it. I'll go ahead and buy that figure for $50 freaking dollars. I don't want it to come on eBay and wait for it to drop in price where it's selling for $10.50. I remember going to my grandmother's house in St. Louis, probably around 97 or so. I was probably like 12 years old. And we were at the mall. And we went to this one store, and it was selling like baseball hats. We're not talking about the little hats that have the little snap in the back with the little hose. No, we're talking about fitted hats that actual baseball players wear, right? And those hats back in like 97 used to sell for like $20, $25 a pop. I think I got like a Colorado Rockies or maybe a Florida Marlins or something hat, and maybe it was the Cubs. I don't know. St. Louis Cardinals, didn't matter. Showed my grandmother it. Hey, can I get this? She looked at me like, oh, don't worry. I'm going to wait for it to go on sale. Now, mind you, at the time we were at the store, those damn things were selling for $5 freaking dollars. And I always looked at my grandma like, my father's mother, obviously, and looked at her like, okay, this is a very smart shopper. Whenever we got Christmas gifts, you look at the price tags on the clothes. I'm like, this is a very intelligent shopper when it comes to you getting the best prices available. But come on, man, you're getting something at normally $25. We sell at $25 plus, and it's selling for $5. That's 80% off. The only thing after that is free. If you're taking 80% off this, you might as well be asking for a free product at the point if that's not good enough for you. $5 hat, couldn't get it. I'm like, BS. So when I looked at Jason, I'm like, he has this stuff in his cart. He wants to get the best deal. A very smart shopper, intelligent shopper, no doubt. Get the best the best deal. Get the most. I hate the term the most bang for your buck, but in this sense, it works. Like I'll look at that Andre the Giant Blackstrap Mattel Superstars. I'll be like, hey, if this is selling for $40 on eBay, I'm going to go on eBay and pay $40 to buy that sucker because I want it part of the collection. He's going to look back and be like, no, it's selling for $40. I'll put it in my watch list. Hopefully one day that sucker comes down. Suddenly that sucker has come down to $20 and it's a pickup. Or maybe that buyer, that seller decided, instead of doing a $40 buy it now, $50 buy it now, I'll put it up for a 99-cent auction and see what it sells for. I might get $75 to $100 for that figure. Or it may not sell at all and it'll sell for $20+. But Jason Up, he's a very intelligent buyer, but like me, I don't have the patience for that. Like if I want something, I want it now, and I will pay up for it if that means I can have it as part of my collection. Plus, I do a lot of review videos, right? And I want to be able to have the whole collection for that review. So that also plays a huge role in my determination whether or not I'm going to buy something right then and there. I just thinking about this right now, I completely omitted what you were interested in. You wanted to know the story about, and I said I was going to tell you the story, and I completely forgot. Man, I am terrible. My memory's straight trash. So in 2024, I guess Jason was having some issues with my buddy Kirk. And in one of his videos or one of the comments, he reached out to Kirk. It's like, hey, we should do sort of like this boxing scenario, right? You know how boxers are, like, oh, I'm gonna destroy you, I'm gonna tear you apart, I'm gonna eat your kids alive, whatever, however boxers act. So he wanted to do a promotion that was very similar to that. And Kirk's like, nah, I don't want that. I want something real. I want us to actually get into an actual. But he wanted to do some kind of like promo, like a wrestling promo type of deal that the two of their channels could put together, and I thought that was fun. But Kirk was telling me about that, like how he wanted to have the sort of sparring type of thing, and he didn't want to do that. But I'm like, shit. If you don't want to do it, I'll do it. That sounds like fun like crazy. That sounds like a lot of fun. Now, mind you, there are a lot of eyes, a lot of views that go to people's channels when YouTubers are squabbling, right? I never had any issues with Jason Nupp, although I was aggravated because I thought that a lot of my messages, because I had been watching Jason Nupp for years, so I didn't start messaging him or leaving messages on his videos until 2-3 years ago. I don't know. It'd been a while. Anyways, I was leaving some messages on his profile and no response. Or he would be doing a live stream. I'd leave a message and he would read the message right above mine, skip my message, go right below and answer the question right below my message. I'm like, what the hell? Why are you ignoring me? As it turns out, he wasn't actually ignoring me, but for whatever reason, my messages weren't populating on his channel. So, going back to the Kirk idea, I'm like, how can I expand on this little issue or so? People love YouTube gossip. They love YouTube feuds and whatnot. And I'm like, okay, I have a small channel. why not feud with the New 80s Revolution? Jokingly, of course, and bring eyes to both our channels, okay? If he had like 3,000 subscribers, 4,000 subscribers at the time, with that feud, he could probably gotten up to like 10 grand. For me, I was at like 300, 500, I don't know, like small number. And I was hoping that, this little, quote feud would have like really taken off and, built my account as well. Hi, baby.
Checking in.
I'm gravy, darling. Thank you.
Okay, I'm off to bed.
Already?
Yeah.
Well, god dang. All right, I'll come join you in an hour because we're almost at 5 hours. So I say another half hour or so. I know, it's crazy. You want to sit down with my conversation?
Love you.
Love you, babe. Turn off the light. What the hell was I talking about? Age Revolution, feud. Anyways, because my messages weren't popping on his page, I'm like, dude, you're ignoring me. What the hell? That was serious. Like, I was actually getting aggravated with that. But the whole feud thing, that was intentional. That was for a lack of a better example, for this purpose. I'm like, okay, how can we capitalize on that? Not just bring in new viewers for both our channels, but I always thought about creating my own action figure line. Ever since I got into collecting, I wanted to create my own action figure line. And I'm like, even before any of this was reality, how can we maximize on that? And so we had the whole Jason Up, versus the foul-mouthed drunkard, as his viewers so passionately refute. They called me the foul-mouthed drunk or whatever. I just kind of expanded on it, the foul-mouthed drunkard, and I thought it was brilliant. Great advertising, right? So I had plans, like I had ideas to help us both out, not only grow our channels, but like leading up to something like this. The issue was, and I've talked about this in the past, I don't think that a lot of people truly understood what was happening. So a lot of people that watch my channel watch his channel as well. And so like long tenured subscribers, okay, people that have commented on my videos a million times over were messaging me and be like, hey, I thought you were a better guy. I thought you were a decent human being, yada, yada, yada. Like really digging into me, like basically thinking I'm going to call an asshole. Not realizing that it was, I don't want to say staged, but there was a plan in motion. And even though that the anger behind it, as far as being, feeling like I was being ignored, yeah, that was true, 100%. And that's why it kind of really made, that feud really stand out, because it had a sense of reality fused in with it, right? So if you watched a lot of Jason Nupp's videos, he uses the expression a lot in his while he's talking. So one day I'm like just having fun, trying to create like a Jack Bauer, damn it, drinking game. Whenever you watch 24, every time Jack Bauer says "damn it" in the episode, college kids, they take that hit, that shot of whiskey or whatever. That was a drinking game in the early 2000s. I thought that was awesome. So I always heard Jason F say, I mean, not a big deal, right? But there was one video particularly where like it felt like every other sentence or every sentence he kept saying that expression, And so I took that video and made a fun drinking game out of it. Every time he said, in the video, take a sip. And I got so freaking drunk off that. And then I made a second, drinking game. But I guess the anger really got to the best of me because it became more of an insult than an actual drinking game for fun. So I can understand why a lot of the viewers started calling in, started ripping into me during that live stream. I mean, I was drunk, man. Like, and I was like, I think I kept mentioning how in that live stream, like how he kept ignoring me or something. I don't remember, but he says a lot in his videos, and ever since I made those videos, I think he stopped. Like, I don't want to be responsible for being the person that broke Jason up, man. I mean, we all say in conversation, but it was just a fun drinking game because he kept saying it so often. But the second time I made the video, it wasn't that fun drinking game that was supposed to be. It was more critical, and I feel like everyone that wrote into me, I deserved it. I should have done better. So, no issues, right? So one day I reach out to Jason and I'm like, hey, how do you feel about collaborating on an action figure line? And we wanted to include the portion into it because brilliant, right? When I talk about that that pirate figure that I want to create, it's that the foul mouth drunkard versus that is the tandem that should be working together. Jason, versus Foulmouth Drunk, and this doesn't do like this isn't. I don't think this works well at all. But that pirate figure would work beautifully. But now I don't want that pirate to go to me. I want that pirate to be Bum Shadows. I think it would be an amazing look, an amazing figure. So it's a shame. Like I said, I lost a lot. Like. I notice when I lose one single subscriber and it hurts a lot. I probably lost like 50 subscribers after those videos, and I'm like, dudes, you guys not realize that this is intentional, that there's a plan behind making these videos and whatnot. But the my viewers, my subscribers, they didn't reach out. They didn't really ask me, hey, what's going on or anything. It's just like, hey, you're an asshole. I watch you. I watch Louise Revolution. You're an asshole. I'm leaving. And that was disappointing. So the whole idea behind this, the whole marketing idea was brilliant, and I had like a whole year plan worth that I wanted to do, but I kind of had to put a halt to that because people, like I said, people didn't realize the whole intention behind it, and realizing that it was something more important that was leading up to. So you know how like you have these feuds in wrestling that leads up to WrestleMania and stuff like that, right? Once I decided I wanted to create a wrestling line, I'm like, this idea of feuding, having two YouTubers feud was brilliant. The marketing wrote itself. I lost a lot of people. A lot of people that I considered that I cared about, friends even. I would say. I mean, yeah, they were YouTube friends, but people I cared about, people I talked to in my comments for years, and all of a sudden they abandoned me, and I'm like, dude, that sucks. I don't know if they have ever resubscribed, ever tuned back in and actually learned the truth, but like I said, I lost like 50 subscribers overnight after those videos. I'm like, it's okay. Jason and we're good, okay? uh, we collaborate together to create this stuff. It was for a specific reason. There was cause behind that instance, and even today, like the bone breaking action versus Waddy figure, grudge match. Was I ever feuding with bone breaking action? No, but I just feel like instead of having a tag team match, maybe a grudge match would have worked better in tandem or so. So that is the Jason Nupp. He just says a lot in his videos, and ever since I kind of made those videos, he doesn't say it as much. Occasionally, you might catch him saying it, but He went from saying it like 50 times in like a 10-minute video to saying it maybe once or twice every couple of videos or so. And like I said, I feel like I'm the one that broke Jason up, and I feel bad for that. It was supposed to be just a funny drinking game. That's how it all started. But I just overdid it. I'm not very good at creating my own little, boxing feud type of deal, wrestling feud type of deal. I'm not very good at being on the mic and all that stuff, right? So I know personally I screwed up that option, but that's what it was supposed to be. Yeah. All right, let's get back to some of these messages, shall we? They're cool. I just like to spend my money on LJN style. Anything LJN to me, I like the line. I didn't grow up with the line, but it's become like my second favorite line, just a shade behind Hasbro. And I've always said Hasbro, it isn't like it's 75% Hasbro, 25% LJN, number one, number two favorite. It's like 51% Hasbro, 49% LJN. That's how close the number one, number two lines are for me. I keep looking at select superstars like maybe NWO or Mick Foley from eBay and such. I said try your best to sit on those and wait for them to come down in price, because that is absolutely insane what they charge for these figures. Don't want to collect too many lines. Look at me. PR, Masked Rider, VR Troopers, Funkos, the Funko 5.5 Remco style Mortal Kombat, and Primal Rage DC villains and superheroes, and Street Fighter and the horror characters. You look at all these other 90s icons like Mystic Knights of Tir na Nog, right? I look at the Fetch and Stretch Armstrong figures. I look at all the Ninja Turtle, like that, and that's just on top of the wrestling, the 100 million items of wrestling that I have. So it's crazy stuff, right? If you can limit yourself to what you really love, try it that way, because I tried going all in on everything so that when viewers were interested in a particular topic, I have something to show them. If they were interested in this Mattel Elite Series 59, or if they were interested in some Mattel Elite Series 172, whatever, man. Like I would have those figures available for them, but a lot of stuff I had no real interest in. My collection would probably be like half the size if I really went for stuff I actually had legitimate interest in, and didn't just buy them because they were available, and didn't just buy them because I have the collection and I want to keep expanding the collection, like Mattel Superstars. Or I should have gone for figures that I actually liked, or characters I actually liked, instead of trying to be a completionist, because it's hurting me financially severely, and it's hurting my ability to space out and display the figures the way I'd like. There are a few probably I would, but had I found them locally, I see Kyle Peterson, Willie purchases, and that looks exhausting to keep up with. I think he gets a lot of his stuff for free, though. Guys like Fig Heel and oh man, guys, my battery is running low. That means I'm about to die out anytime now. So currently the battery is at 12%. It dies out, I think, around 8%. So I only got maybe 12 minutes at best. So I'm going to try and go through these really quickly and not try to talk until I get through everything. 5-hour live stream, guys. That's insane, right? Weekly, yeah, as I never This collection is amazing. I never go into Walmart, so I probably won't find any locally. Talking about the wrestling superstars, I could never own that much myself. Would cause me anxiety. Yeah, 100%. I want to get all the Toonies and all of the Big River guys at least going forward. Great collections on both sides. It's already giving me some anxiety. I just started in earnest this year. I finally saw a Big River guy figure in person. Local toy store had a Jeff Hardy. Jeff is okay. I like the paint scheme, but like overall pose or whatever it was stupid. Hey, Americas, I see your donation, buddy. I really do appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. That is absolutely phenomenal of you, man. That really are amazing figures. Bottoms up. I think I'm out of drink, man. Yeah, I'm out of Fanta. I got a little bit of Mountain Dew left. So I'm gonna put a little bit Mountain Dew mixed with the whiskey. Americas. Oh, well, my head's tight. It's a good figure, strangely weighed, but I did buy it even though I'm not the biggest Hardy Boys fan. I just like the Elgin style so much. I even pre-ordered Logan Paul. I think Logan Paul is going to just destroy it as far as being like the most expensive figure. Just wait and watch. I won't overpay much for past BRGs I missed, even though I want the Andres and Demolition badly. Yeah, Demolition, man, you're gonna end up paying like $250+ for each individual figure, and they have 4 figures in total. 2 variants for Smash, 2 variants for Axe. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get through everybody until this computer dies out. When a computer dies out, guys, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna be able to sign out on time. It's just gonna die out on me. But at least you know what's going on. Figures and alcohol is life. At least in getting Andres Demolition from Latoonie. But one thing I will admit is that he's pretty talented as a performer. I mean, I watch a lot of his videos too. He just seems like a damn nut job. Yeah. I'm drinking Wheatley's for Cody. He's a jerk, but a great wrestler and heel. Nice. I was tardy to the party. Americas, that was awesome. Yeah, read through the messages. Can talk about later. Would you ever get drunk with Jason Nupp? That's a Nupp. I actually reached out to Jason today and asked him if he'd do a live stream with me, but as of right now, I haven't received a response. But I could see that happening in the future. I come on his stream, he comes on mine, whatever. If Matt ever has kids, they are gonna love his collection. I wouldn't even let them in the basement at that stage. They'd have to be like 10, 12 years old or something for me to let them down there. Absolutely. That Gina figure is pretty neat, Matt. You definitely got his head right. I mean, it's still missing some hair on the side of the face, right? But overall, I think it's the most toyetic figure of the 4 that we got in. Up 6-2, 7-2. Damn. There goes the broom. It's crazy how Dino Bravo went out. Mob hit over cigarettes? Goddamn. Really? Or Smallest insane. A truck full of cigarettes from an Indian reservation. You guys serious? I'm actually wondering the same damn thing. Damn. But I would say so. Shoot. Catch you next time, my guys in chat. Hey, Americas. Thanks for tuning in, bud. Appreciate the donation, man. Absolutely. I think there was at least 2 different kinds. God dang it. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to rush through this, but I don't think I'm going to make it before the time dies out. Come on. Why do I always go too far away? More than one shooter? Damn. These were at least 2 different kinds of bullets, if I remember correctly, so you know it was probably more than one shooter. I think you catch most of the episode on Hulu or Disney. He was hit by... God, freaking Bravo? Seriously? I mean, that's a little bit overkill, don't you think? It's a great episode. Dark Side. It's funny if I had to keep... Hey, Steven, man. Shit, I'm trying my best, buddy. But yeah, I think you're right. And before this time dies out, I don't think I'll be able to get through everything. Been falling asleep lately to 2 guys watching 80s WF shows. It's our vintage point of OVP. They got free episodes on YouTube and the Patreon. Just like want to subscribe for certain things. Cool. They're going through all of the WF reviews in order, starting from WrestleMania. I thought I'd do that for my show. Throw like all the WrestleManias out there, all the Royal Rumbles or something, but YouTube struck my ass in no time. They usually add some neat context for shows. That's awesome. I'll definitely check out. Been watching the UK Rampage 92, falling asleep. I just subbed to them. Shit as well. This is the first and only Patreon I've ever subscribed to. $5 a month right now. Got the first month for 2 months when they had a sale. Go. That's pretty awesome, man. I don't know anything about Patreon. I haven't subscribed to any Patreon, so like, yeah. You said about all the apps when it comes to sports movies. I literally canceled quite a bit of apps on YouTube Premium. I never signed up for YouTube Premium myself. I think I did for like temporarily, but that like a few days later when the policy was over with, I'm like, nope, I'm done. I'm not going for the full thing. Not on that. Sale of 7 seasons with the Mercury Network, though, even though I think you still have national. Yeah. See, let's pay. I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to rush through this, but I am lagging. I was actually able to watch the Cubs games on either TBS or HBO Max, so that was good. Yeah, $400 million. We already know you're talking about Kyle Tucker. Dodgers will pay. Yeah, Dodgers probably will pay Kyle Tucker. They'll probably give him $600 million, and they'll probably defer a lot of that money, and he won't be anything worth it. That's why I hate the Dodgers. Amaya. God dang it, Miguel Amaya from catcher. That's who I was thinking earlier. I couldn't think of the damn name. That just shows you how way behind I am. I talked about like 2 hours ago. Legally, the shows, if you already subscribe Netflix, use a VPN and connect to a server in Europe, for example. Smart. It's a tech company that streams and seems like an easy loophole to close. Just check the billing address of your account. Guess that shows. Oh, why does it have? I already did that stuff already? Okay. What do you think of favorite Victorian novels? New. Saw that. You see. When nothing, saw all that. Damn, I was far behind. Is that everything? I think that might actually be it. Nope, not everything. Son of a... I was this close. All right, where were you? Hey guys, I'm more than likely gonna have to respond to your comments on Saturday, or shoot, if we come back tomorrow, do another live stream. That's the only way I could see, because this computer's gonna die like any minute now, and I'm way behind, guys. I don't know how I'm ever this far behind. Man, I'm seeing new subscriber or new viewers, new commenters on here too, and I'm disappointed. I'm missing out on all those questions and stuff. All right, guys. So it doesn't look like I'm going to be able to get through everything. I'm just scrolling through, and I'm like, there's no way. The time's going to duck out. The computer is going to cut off any second, any minute, and I'm like, I just won't be able to do it. So if you've left a comment, I am going to screen capture each comment from you guys, and I will go back and actually answer each and every question in the next live stream. Now, that next live stream could be my normal Saturday. Hell, I might come back tomorrow or Friday and do another one if you guys are interested. But right now, wow. Damn, I'm behind. Oh, yeah. I'm going to need an extra live stream for you guys. And obviously, I don't plug in my computer because who thinks that their live stream is going to go 4 or 5 hours, right? Like, I normally think my live stream is going to last like 2 hours max. And I just go way over every time. And I'm just trying to go back, scroll up to where I left off. And we're not even close. This sucks, man. I love having all these comments and interaction, and I'm not even able to respond to everybody. And I just feel like that's a complete failure on my part. But guys, rest assured, I am going to copy and paste copy every single one of these comments, and I will respond to them on the next live stream, guys. I won't be able to do it to here because computer is at 8%. Yeah, it's gonna die out in like a minute or two. I think I hit 8% last time, and when the computer died. So I am going to end the live stream here, guys. We're over 5 hours, so this was